Lock in. Lock in. How competitive eaters stay so lean?
Waiting to see if he finishes it off.
The other day I was being productive, watching a hot dog eating contest, and noticed something.
He got the meat sweats out the max, dude. I love watching that. Oh, that's disgusting. There's competitive eating for mayo. How does something become a world record? Because I see this Guinness official standing here with a stopwatch. Who the was like, I bet I could eat a jar of mayo faster than you. That ain't mayo? Yeah, it is. Cringe joke. Anyways, what are you trying to say? That's 7 jars of what? What are you trying to say? What else? Oh, vanilla ice cream? Yeah, in a fucking mayo jar? Okay. Anyways, no, how do these become records? Like, what become, like, could I just go to Guinness and be like, hey, I bet I could eat, I don't know, there's probably already a record for this. I bet I could eat an entire watermelon faster than you, or faster than anybody else. And they'd go, okay, is that a record? World record fastest to eat an entire watermelon. It's a record. There's a world record. 24-time Guinness World Record eater eats an entire watermelon. Actually, this doesn't look like a record. This looks like it's for a fucking reality show. Oh, they have a Guinness World Record for the most watermelon eaten in 3 minutes. 2,310 grams. How much watermelon is that?
All the top eaters are pretty healthy.
I mean, just look at the lean faces on the Major League Eating leaderboards. I wanted to find out how somebody who regularly...
Well, okay, you want to know my prediction on how they stay so lean? They just don't eat for like 4 days prior. Or they just eat things that expand their stomach, and then they eat a lot. No, actually, I bet they do eat, and then after this, they don't eat for like a day. Or they throw it up. I always assumed they'd throw it up.
He eats over 10,000 calories a day.
If you throw up, it doesn't count. I'm saying after the fact. I would assume that, like, you think Joey Chestnut eats 75 hot dogs and then just goes and lays down? Dude, imagine that sitting in your stomach. I feel like you need to get your stomach pumped. Like, there's no way. You think he just eats that? I feel like he has to throw it up. And I also don't... Do you think he's chewing the hot dog in its entirety? I would assume when if Joey Chestnut's throating 75 dogs in 10 minutes, he has to just be biting them into bits and then swallowing them like they're pills, you know? Like, he's not actually consuming that. He's not actually, like, chewing them into a mush.
Looks like this. Many speculate about a darker side to the career, but these glizzy gobblers give those of us with scary appetites hope.
And again, I don't have like this crazy metabolism of the gods.
So how are they doing it? And should we use any of their tactics ourselves? Strangely, almost all competitive eaters...
My God, Furious Pete. I haven't watched Furious Pete in fucking forever. Dude, he was like the goat of YouTube.
Strangely, almost all...
I remember when I was like 10 years old, he made a video about how he had to get one of his balls cut off because he had testicular cancer. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I was genuinely like fucking shell shocked.
All competitive eaters have deep backgrounds in health and fitness.
Because I didn't know about that. I mean, I knew what cancer was at the time, but I wasn't like actively thinking like, oh, you got to get your nuts chopped off if you get testicular cancer.
Matt Stoney studied nutrition. Santel, a registered nutritionist. Neo, a registered nutritionist. Katina eats kilos, a background in bodybuilding. Beard meets food, an impressive fitness background.
Love Beard meets food. Oh my God. Top 10 YouTuber. Top 10 YouTuber, dude. Walks into a local joint in the middle of, like, fucking Louisiana. Middle of nowhere. He's like, all right. Okay, that's not his accent. I don't know how to do his accent. You've got a challenge. I'm here for the old heartbreaker. And it'll be, like, fucking 10 cheeseburgers. 10 double patty cheeseburgers. And a fucking gallon milkshake. And it'll just be like, oh, you reckon I could do this in about 30 minutes?
And it's not a coincidence. With this sport.
See, that looks disgusting. I could get into competitive eating for like a very niche thing, but the idea of having to like just mush up ground beef and just throw it.
Food, an impressive fitness background. And it's not a coincidence.
Like, that looks gross, bro. Oh.
With this sport, getting your nutritional approach right can quite literally be a matter of life and death.
Is that ice cream or mayo? Mayonnaise eater takes on the world record. Bro, I would vomit 3 spoonfuls in. She has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 jars of mayo lined up. How many calories is that?
Death. Here's a CT scan of a competitive eater's stomach after they were rushed to hospital. You can see the food pushing their organs around. It's a risky escapade.
What is this? This is their stomach. Where are their organs? Is this just is this their body cavity? What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, their organs are down here. They ate 7-pound burger in 30 minutes, and they had to go to a hospital.
They were rushed to hospital. You can see the food pushing their organs around. It's a risky escapade.
This is 69 hot dog buns.
No way. That's what Joey Chestnut's stomach looks like after he's done.
9 hot dog buns, 69 hot dogs, and over 2 quarts of water. This is what it looks like inside the human body.
Surely
Dude, and he has to poop that out.
no human is able to stomach this without ruptures, right?
The rock on which he stands is not a rock.
I love how he has like a badass fucking walkout. It's like a blistering summer day, and there's just a bunch of drunk people with hot dog hats, like, just waiting to see like Badlands Chugs rip a gallon of lemonade, and Joey Chestnut just fucking throat dogs for 10 minutes.
It is the United States of...
I kind of want to go to this. When is this and where? When is the Nathan's hot dog contest? It's not tomorrow. Oh, it's the 4th of July. I thought it was a different day. It's the 4th of July. Wow, what an American way to spend the 4th of July. Where is the Nathan's hot dog contest? Coney Island, New York, in New York City. Damn, should I go?
America!
This is Joey Chestnut. He just devoured 71 hot dogs in under 10 minutes, making him the greatest competitive eater in history. A man of
You
unhinged
think you gotta get tickets?
powers, and one of his secrets, maintaining a healthy weight.
I do gain weight, and it's a battle. I have to be aware of it, because if I lose track of my long-term calorie intake, I gain weight, and then I start losing contests. I hate losing.
Coincidentally, this is the ideal body, according to competitive eaters. A short neck, long torso, and wider build. But this doesn't mean fat. The belt of fat
There's a biological ideal build for competitive eating. I feel like it would just be big throat,
long torso,
long torso, more vertical space for food.
and wider build. But this doesn't mean fat. The belt of fat theory suggests that belly fat restricts the stomach's abilities to expand, limiting the amount of food the competitive
I can't show it on stream, but if you ever want to see some crazy shit, look up the lemonade contest with Badlands Chugs and what's his name? I said this on stream and I always forget his name. Badlands Chugs drips the gallon of lemonade. My editor might be able to throw this in, but blur it. Airsoft Fatty rips half the gallon of lemonade and just starts vomiting all over the table for like 5 minutes straight. He just starts puking on himself. But it's only lemonade. There's no like, it's just liquid. But it makes you realize like, wow, yeah, chugging, the average person trying to chug a gallon of lemonade would go horribly wrong.
eater can ingest. Excessive fat gain also limits the contestant's ability to breathe while shoveling food down their gullet.
If I wasn't taking care of myself,
Damn, I think I could fucking rip Krispy Kreme donuts easily. Or Dunkin' Donuts. How many donuts do you think you could eat in like 5 minutes? Like 9. I think I could eat like 19. You're not eating 19 donuts in 5 minutes. Maybe like 10. I think I could eat more than 10 donuts. But it's just the pacing there is going to be the problem.
if I wasn't physically in great shape, then I wouldn't be able to physically compete at a high level.
Okay,
They really, for the hot dog eating contest, I think it would be really funny. I would say this for regular athletics too. In the Olympics, they should just have an average person. Like, pull somebody from the crowd and have them line up, right? It would build hype for the event and just have an extra lane in swimming and just have that guy do the event. Like, obviously, a selection, you have to clear him so he doesn't fuck with the athletes, but like, he would be like a control. And you would see how slow people are. And then for competitive eating, just get some dude from the crowd and get him to eat hot dogs. The average person's probably eating like 5 hot dogs in 10 minutes. Max. Maybe less. Like 4.
so we know that staying somewhat fit is a requirement for elite competitive eating. But this doesn't explain how the mukbanger Hungry Fat Chick ended up with off-the-chart obesity, while competitive eaters maintain an ideal weight.
Well, because mukbang people are eating a shitload of food every day, and it's always unhealthy. Competitive eaters are eating healthy things to expand their stomach in the lull time, and then close to an event, they begin training heavy amounts of food for the event. What is BMI? Body mass index. It's not a great way of determining how healthy you are, because you could also be like an overweight bodybuilder. You could be like jacked, and it would say you're obese. A better measurement is body fat percentage. But yeah, no, I mean, she's obese. But like, that's, you know.
Many believe it's the difference between a slow and a fast metabolism. Competitive eating comment sections are full of people dissatisfied with their slow metabolisms. But according to
I hate that shit. People blaming like lack of health off of like slow metabolism. Metabolism plays a factor, but it's just basic physics. Your caloric intake has to be less than your outtake, right? Like if you're burning more calories than you're consuming, it doesn't matter if you digest food slowly. You're not going to be fat. But like if you're eating 5,000 calories a day and you burn 3,000 calories a day, you mean thermodynamics? That's a part of physics, is it not? Isn't thermodynamics looped into physics? Yeah. Physics? You mean thermodynamics? Yeah. Your body burns, the average person burns around 2,000 calories a day, not working out. Like maybe 2,500, depends. But like if you're eating the equivalent of what you're burning, you won't gain weight, you won't lose weight. And if you're somebody that, you could play the metabolism card for like a small factor of weight gain, but if you're like morbidly obese, your metabolism has nothing to do with it.
To competitive eaters, their metabolisms aren't anything special.
There are so many misconceptions about food challenges and food challengers. One of them is that we've got some magic metabolisms and that we're just able to eat loads of food all of the time. It is not the case.
Matt Stoney has an estimated BMR of 1,516 calories per day. Mickey Sudo, 1,223 calories. And Beard Meats Food, 1,623 calories.
Yeah, the bigger you are, the more food you need. Which is also why it's even harder when you're somebody that's really obese. It's actually, you're eating more and more to stay that fat. Like when you see the videos of like my 600-pound life, those people are eating 10,000 calories a day. Because if you weigh like 500 pounds, you're not eating like 4,000 calories to gain weight, right? If I ate 4,000 calories now, I would gain weight. But the more and more I weigh, the more I eat, it doesn't matter as much because you need to eat more to maintain that heft because your body's going to burn more to even just be that heavy. Like the shorter people eat less calories generally. Like if me and I'm 6'1". If I'm 6'1" and somebody's 5'2", I have to eat more to survive than them, which is also why you're talking in like survival scenarios. You're usually supposed to kill the big person first because they eat more food.
According to studies, two people of the exact same height, weight, age, sex, body composition, and lifestyle could have energy needs that differ by 800 calories per day. This could be the difference between a 1,100 or a 1,900 calorie BMR. Some people are genetically gifted with a faster metabolism, but it's rare, and it doesn't mean they can swallow sausages all day without getting fat.
No.
Statistically,
I think there is a difference, but it's usually microscopic. There's a 68% chance that your actual BMR is within 200 calories of the estimate provided. Yeah, within 400 calories, 95%. And 400 calories is not a lot. Like somebody that's gaining absurd amounts of weight, it's not because your metabolism is like 400 calories behind burning of somebody else. I have a faster metabolism. I burn more calories than probably the average person does. But at the same time, if you ate what I ate, you wouldn't be 240 pounds. You would be my weight. Like I weigh 176 pounds. Like for me to gain weight, regardless of my metabolism, I would have to be eating double what I eat now.
most people are within 200 calories of their estimates. This is why competitive eaters get frustrated with people talking about their metabolism like it's some ancestral curse. All the while, they put a lot of effort into losing fat.
Anyway, it does not matter how fast your metabolism is. If you eat in excess of calories consistently, you're going to gain weight. Also, believe it or not, I do have an average metabolism.
But there's something many do to speed up their metabolisms: weightlifting. It's estimated that by gaining 10 kilograms of muscle and losing 10 kilograms of fat, your BMR increases by 85 calories
Well, weightlifting, but you also need cardio as well. Like weightlifting isn't just the key to losing weight. Weightlifting is just an additive because you're also helping your body turn kind of bad things to muscle.
Gaining 10 kilograms of muscle and losing 10 kilograms of fat, your BMR increases by 85 calories per day, giving you an extra 31,000 calories to play
But
with.
that's also why it's harder to maintain that level of muscle. Like bodybuilders have to eat more and more to even be that heavy because if they stop, even if they're working out, they're just going to lose that muscle because your body's efficient in trying to keep you alive in a survivability sense. So if you're like fucking 220 ripped with a 4% body fat percentage, your body's reading that as, unless I'm literally using all of this energy every day, I'm wasting it. So they'll just start shedding muscle similar to fat.
Over the year.
Although I'm not some muscle-bound juicehead, what mass is on my body is mostly muscle. So to sustain my body weight and that activity level, in addition to keeping me alive, my body needs more calories than somebody who doesn't weight train.
Competitive eaters may burn a few hundred more calories per day, but there's no way this could ever offset weekly 10,000 calorie challenges. So I wanted to find out how they eat outside of competitions.
Most of what
I've always, whenever I've looked into like random YouTubers that I watch that'll comment on it, sometimes they always say they eat like just a metric fuck ton of vegetables because it also helps expand their stomach. Really? Yeah, because vegetables are low. Oh my God. Vegetables are low in calorie, but high in density. If you eat a fucking bag of broccoli, you're going to be full, but you've eaten 400 calories, comparable to somebody that's eating like cheesecake, which isn't really going to fill you as much. It's just a calorically dense food. If you want to lose weight, the best thing you can do is eat low density, not trying to show my feet, low density foods. Or no, high density, low calorie density food. Apple number 2.
Prepare at home is raw fruits, fresh vegetables, a lot of lean meats.
Routine after contests is to eat super high fiber.
Is that I focus a lot on vegetables, maybe like a lean or a fat-free dairy. Otherwise, I kind of just fill the gaps with whatever else works.
I am massively into eating clean, and then when it's time to throw down, then I go in on the food.
Oh.
When it's time to throw down, then...
Dude, what is that? Is that 3 full boxes of Reese's Puffs? That is disgusting. I think Reese's Puff cereal is one of the most overrated cereals, number 1. They're not that good. They're not that good. It tastes like a bad Reese's cup. I would rather just have a Reese's cup. No, because listen. If you actually look at the calorie information about a Reese's Puff, like Reese's Puff cereal, 1 bowl of Reese's Puffs is almost the same as like a Reese's cup. I would rather have 1 Reese's cup than a bowl of Reese's Puffs because the level of enjoyment is higher in a Reese's cup. The time of enjoyment's lower, but a Reese's Puff is like low grade fucking enjoyment. It's just like it tastes like shitty quality cereal. I don't know, man. I'd rather just have candy.
Then I go in on the food.
Oh my God, she actually has actual Reese's Cups in there too. You know how much that would spike your heart rate and your blood pressure? That would be like, I feel like I would have a heart attack after that.
Then I go in on the food.
My daily diet consists of a lot of vegetables, fruits, low-fat proteins, but a lot of microdense foods, and I, in fact, actually enjoy...
Oh, what did I say?
Eating like salads and broccoli.
Oh! Broccoli, bitch. Yup. Yo, get into making broccoli, chat. I've been eating broccoli way more. I eat broccoli probably 4 days a week. You just oven bake that shit. It's so easy. Gets a little bit of oil. Dude, I'll spray that shit with Pam. I'll just go shh, like a thin coating over all of it. Salt, pepper, garlic powder, maybe like onion powder. Throw that bitch in the oven 425 for 25 minutes. Take it out, crispy. Put it in a Tupperware bin. Easy. It's that simple. I just did it with Brussels sprouts too. Oven bacon vegetables is the easiest thing in the world.
Green beans, corn.
Healthy eating, great. But how exactly is this helping them lose weight?
Butter's terrible for you. I eat a lot of olive oil, which is bad. That's like the one bad thing not the one bad thing. I eat a lot of fucking sugar. I eat a lot of sugar. I eat Uncrustables every day. I think I am getting a little fatter from it too. I'm gaining weight in the stomach region, but I don't care. They're so damn good. Oh, they're so damn good. A fucking raspberry Uncrustable. Say Tupperware. I say Tupperware. I know it's not Tupper, but I say Tupperware. I just say it quickly. Do you like tuna melts? Fuck no. Anyways, I eat a lot of fruit, a lot of sugar. But what was I just saying? I forget what I was saying. Oh my God. We were talking about vegetables. What did I say? Bro's hammered? Yeah, you're hammered? Dude, I'm 1 Bapple in. How I'm gaining weight. Before that. Oh God, dude. Yeah, this is the weed brain, man. You're so hammered. Yeah, I like sugar. I said that after. Oven-baked broccoli. Yeah, dude, you just got to make vegetables, though. Like, just like a big batch of vegetables. Oh, butter's bad for you. Yeah, no, in New Jersey, I mean, it might be because everybody's an Italian. I don't know for sure. But New Jersey does have the highest density of Italians, and Italians love olive oil. I eat every meal I ever make. Like, every meal prep I have, something's getting olive oil. Always. Extra virgin olive oil. Always. Like, like 3 tablespoons in a thing of chicken. Olive oil's gas, dude, it just makes everything taste better.
Weight.
Your body does reflect what you do over 90% of the time, and I am probably a competitive eater 4 days of every month.
The average competitive eater doesn't eat like this all the time. In fact,
was that a grandma ripping dogs?
Most do around 1 challenge per week.
The single most important factor, and I can't stress this enough, when it comes to gaining weight or losing weight, is the amount of calories you consume over time.
This makes it a simple equation.
To maintain my weight, I need to eat roughly 18 to 20,000 calories per week. So if I film a restaurant challenge that's, say, 7,000 calories, I know that throughout the rest of the week, I have 11,000 calories to play with.
On their off days, they'll drop their calories to prevent weight gain. To fill their larger than average stomachs with few calories, they volume eat.
It lets me eat a large amount of food without having to consume a large amount of calories.
Take this example. This is what 1,000 calories of strawberries looks like next to 1,000 calories of donuts. Competitive eaters opt for very high volume foods to stay sane while in a calorie deficit.
2¼ pounds of salad. It's rich in protein, really good macros. Basically, I'm eating this entire meal for roughly 1,000 calories.
I'm gonna have a take here. I hate when people makes their own salad. Do what you want to do. Like okay, this is what I do I don't like salad that much. Maybe that's why. When I meal prep, I'm making broccoli, asparagus, Brussels sprouts, green beans, like mushrooms, peas. Like I'm doing like just like vegetables that I would eat alone, you know? Like that's it. Like I'm just eating vegetables in their whole, like it'll fill half my plate. I'll just eat a pound of broccoli. I'll just half a pound of broccoli. Like, I'll just eat a shitload of broccoli. I'd rather do that than just like, yeah, I'm going to go toss a salad.
Calories.
The fiber content also helps keep competitive eaters full, and the micronutrients help.
Popping mushrooms by themselves is crazy. No, I'm not eating raw mushrooms. I'm sauteing them. Boil them, you saute them, and then, you know, you pour some stuff on them, or you mix it with the meat you're eating. What sucks, dude, I'm getting sick of fish. Side rant. Because I have alpha-gal, I have to go through waves. So I'll eat chicken and turkey for like 2 weeks, and then I'll eat like salmon, tilapia, mahi-mahi. And by the fucking end of this, like the tilapia, I'm like, dude, I don't want to fucking eat this shit. Like, I ate salmon for 5 days in a row. It just gets so boring. Even if I make it good, I'm just like, this sucks. I don't want to eat this.
Helps keep their bodies healthier.
If you want to do food challenges, you better love to learn vegetables and fruit.
Many, including Matt Stoney, supplement with whey protein and consume high protein diets. Protein not only helps prevent muscle loss and a calorie deficit, but is the most filling macronutrient per calorie. So a high protein diet can help you lose weight. If we come back to the diagram that shows how we burn our calories, there's a second.
Yeah, usually you're supposed to like, they always say if you wanna lose weight, you chug a protein shake prior to working out. No. Prior to eating. Like, if you want to eat less, you drink a protein shake, then eat. If you want to eat more, you eat, then drink a protein shake. Because the protein shake's going to fill you. Like, right before I went live, I drank a protein shake. On an empty stomach, though. And now I'm drinking beers. So if I have the bubble guts later and I run to the bathroom, it's because I have the shits.
Something called T.
We got a ticking time bomb at about a T-minus 1.5 hours, though. So we should be fine.
Yeah. Which stands for the thermic effect of...
You know milk products have alpha-gal? All milk products have alpha-gal. It doesn't affect me, though. I'm lucky there. I could eat cheese and milk. A lot of people that have alpha-gal can't eat cheese, gelatin, dairy, or any of that shit. I can. I just can't eat beef. I can't eat beef, lamb, pork, any mammal. Any of the meat I can't eat. But like cheese and yogurt and stuff, I can eat. It's fine. How can you? It's not enough alpha-gal to trigger it.
Food. It's the amount of calories your body burns.
What's alpha-gal? I got bit by a tick in Virginia, and it gave me a red meat disease.
Breaking down foods.
I'll go into anaphylaxis.
It typically takes more energy.
But like 6 hours later, it's when I digest it.
To break down protein in comparison to the other macronutrients. This seems to also be the case for nutritious whole foods versus ultra-processed foods. So the thermic effect of eating a...
Well, you're just lying. You think I'm lying that I have that? Why would I lie about that? You think I'm lying that I have alpha-gal disease? Why would I ever say that? But what a random thing for me to lie about. Is it curable? No. I have to get blood tested every year. I go to an allergist that specializes in it, and I gotta get a blood test. And they check my like antigens for it to see if it goes down. And at some point, they might be able to reintroduce it. The allergist told me, they were like, I was like, should I not be eating cheese and stuff? She was like, well, if you're not having a reaction, don't stop eating it. Because if I stop eating it and then get back onto it, then my body might like trigger a reaction.
High protein diets with lots of whole foods is another very small factor, helping competitive eaters maintain a healthy weight. But let's not get distracted.
It all comes down to calorie balance.
Makes sense. But if this is the case, what about practices before competitions? And the many comments suggesting they have more disordered habits. We'll get to that. But first, we need to explore their cardio, because they must do tons of it, right?
I can't think of anything worse than getting on a treadmill and just sprinting for, 15 minutes.
I don't do any crazy amounts of cardio. I go to the gym, I purposefully lift my weights, maybe 4 to 5 days a week right now, and that's it.
Surprisingly, many competitive eaters do very little cardio for weight loss. Cardio is overrated for burning calories for most people, which is why it represents the smallest amount of calories burned per day on this chart. It's not at all necessary for fat loss. That's not to say competitive eaters don't do cardio.
I'm usually doing between 3 to 4 hours of actual training, and that's endurance training, so...
Yasir Salem is another competitive eater, an endurance athlete. His energy expenditure chart probably looks more like this. This is how the
He burns 5,000 calories a day.
most decorated Olympian of all time, Michael Phelps, was able to maintain his weight, eating 8 to
Like, why he pull down his pants to that?
Olympian of all time.
Like, what are we doing there?
Michael Phelps was able to maintain
Is that to show off the V line?
his weight, eating 8 to 10,000 calories per day.
It was brutal. Brutal.
But aggressively swimming after a 10,000 calorie curry is likely to result in embarrassment and a ban from your leisure center.
Dude, if I shit myself in a pool after farting, I would never I would go into a cave. I would become a hermit. Dude, shitting yourself in a pool? Oh my God.
Even if you run an extra 10 kilometers every day, it's only an extra 600-ish calories, the equivalent of this much peanut butter, which is why most competitive eaters, if they do any cardio at all, are more moderate. With Joey Chestnut claiming to run 2 to 3 times per week to help him push the boundaries for human hot dog consumption.
Doing cardio helps me with my breathing during a contest, but I don't depend on cardio to burn calories necessarily. I try to get into a calorie deficit.
Because while it's a helpful fat loss tool, competitive eaters like to use a much more sustainable fat loss accelerator.
But I don't do anything any crazier than going for regular walks outside for cardio.
I walk a lot every day.
NEAT represents a large proportion of the calories we burn per day. Non-exercise activity thermogenesis is the calories you burn from fidgeting, walking, and any
Bro, yo, literally the method, if you're next time you're on the phone, just walk around. I have to do that, by the way. If I'm ever on a phone call, I'd be walking, just in circles. Sorry, the baffle's coming up.
activity that is an exercise. There's a reason in bodybuilding.
It's just it's like more stimulating. Yeah, Brady said I always do that. Oh, Brady knows I do that too. When me and Brady all have a Discord call about like some stream shit, and if I'm not on my PC, I'll literally he'll just watch me just go like, I'll literally walk in circles for like 20, 30 minutes.
And the goal is to get incredibly lean.
I lost 40 pounds doing that, dude, and you don't even notice it. Walking's like the easiest way to burn weight.
Most people increase their step count. It's low intensity, so it can be done after a big challenge, for long periods, and while multitasking, making it easy to fit into daily life.
I fucking hate high intensity interval training. That's why I walk for a long time.
This is all pretty healthy stuff. So what about all the comments suggesting that competitive eaters are hiding their true weight loss methods from the public? It's me trading on an eating disorder for money, is what the 2024 Nathan's Hot Dog champion, Patrick Bertoletti, admitted to in an interview. It's no surprise why psychiatrists suggest that there's an overlap between competitive eaters and eating disorders, and why so many people in the comment section suspect they all throw up after competitions.
He says, I heard you, and basically all competitive eaters make yourself sick after the challenge.
I don't even think that would be attuned to an eating disorder. I would say that's more attuned to pain. Like, I wouldn't judge Joey Chestnut for vomiting after eating 75 hot dogs. Like, I'm not like, oh yeah, dude, you're like hiding this from the public. I'd be like, no, you're just fucking not wanting to die.
Truth to that. I definitely don't think there is any truth to that. I think some people probably do, but I think you can't really base that on all competitive eaters.
Many do.
I think it would. I think it would be off of what I'm eating. If I was a competitive eater and I had to eat a bunch of hot dogs, I might throw up after. But if it was like, oh, broccoli challenge, and I just ate like a ton of broccoli, I feel like that would sit in your stomach better.
Intentionally, but this is a dangerous assumption.
The best competitive eaters do digest the food.
People always assume that you're going to puke after that. But for my rule of thumb is I don't induce. Like, if it comes out, it comes out. We don't go and induce vomiting.
I never have vomited after any of these food challenges besides when I tried to chug a gallon of milk.
While they may digest the food.
Okay, that's a biological thing that you can't do, though. Has anybody ever won that challenge? I'm pretty sure your body can't physically process that much lactose in that short of time to where you have to throw up. The gallon challenge, you always yak.
Many fast for long periods of time.
It costs about $40 to do a practice. I'm not eating anything for 2 days leading up to that practice, and then afterwards I'm not eating.
I made it. You chugged a gallon of milk in like what is the time frame? Like an hour or 30 minutes?
Very much. I'm eating vegetables.
This is how they're able to fit a few practice runs in each month, all with the supervision of medical.
I think the method for the gallon challenge, if it's an hour, is like chug half the gallon instantly, stomach that, and then at the end of the last hour, finish the rest. Because then you give your body time, and maybe that would help.
It's one of my biggest splurges is my doctor. All the top eaters are pretty healthy. The healthier you are, the harder you can push your body.
This is why most competitive eaters try to keep their weight down sustainably, and their approach is clearly effective. To use Beard Meat's food as an example, if we give him a generous BMR estimate of 1,900 calories, he walks a lot, so let's put his NEAT at 600 calories. He eats a lot of protein and healthy foods, but also does some challenges, so let's put his thermic effective food at 300 calories. And lastly, he trains in the gym, putting his exercise activity thermogenesis about 200 calories per day. Each day, he burns around 3,000 calories, which is 21,000
And that's a lot. Like eating 3,000 calories a day, like you'll feel full.
calories per week. If he does one 8,000 calorie challenge a week, he now needs to eat under 2,167 calories.
Do you even have abs? This motherfucker. Not really. I feel like, I also I'm drinking beer right now, but like a little bit. I'm a little bloated right now.
Calories to avoid weight gain without doing anything too crazy.
Hopefully it helps some people out. And like I said, you can kind of apply this knowledge, a less extreme
Beer belly? Dude, I was flexing there, look.
level, if you like.
This is the exact process I use myself. To stay in decent.
I got a gut, dude. When I'm sitting there, I'll be eating, dude, in like crisscross applesauce, how I'd be normally sitting on stream. And I'll look down, I'm like, dude, I'm fucking gutting right now.
Shape, while still enjoying food, just with more moderation.
But it's not like a squishy gut. It's like I'm bloated, dude. Like it's hard. Like it hurts.
So I don't have to spend most of my days in a calorie deficit.
What is crisscross applesauce? Brother, what? You don't know what that is?
This is what matters. Not whether you're a carnivore, keto, or fruitarian. And it doesn't matter if you can't run, have a slow metabolism, or a rampant appetite.
I don't fuck with the keto diet. I like the idea of ketogens in general, but I think okay. And I'm not trying to segue this into a shout out, but I'm also going to shout it out. Kinetic. I'm not going to drink one right now because I'm drinking alcohol. But Kinetic, ketone drinks, right? Because they could help you. Ketones in general could help you, but getting your way to ketosis and kind of forcing your body to only eat like fats and proteins and no carbohydrates is kind of scary because then you might be lacking the nutritional needs that you could get from things that have carbs, like a lot of vegetables and fruits. But ketones in general aren't bad. It's just like the way you get into ketosis is unhealthy, to say the least. But yeah.
There's something everyone can do. The point is...
What's Kinetic? The drink I'm partnered with? I was drinking them before. Code JOB, wrong way. Code JOB, 15% off. Bunch of drinks, 0 sugar, no caffeine. They have 12 grams of ketones. Supposed to like induce calm, energy, focus, helps improve brain activity.
If competitive eaters can stay in decent shape, you can do so too, while still enjoying the food you like. If you want to see what happens when a once fit tribal island did the exact opposite of everything in this video.
What makes dollar stores so cheap? Lock in.
If I asked you what's the most popular retail chain in America, you...
Dollar General! It probably has to do with the video, not a pre-watch. You know why I know it's Dollar General, chat? And I'm f***ing certain on this. It's either Dollar General, Dollar Tree. Is because Dollar Generals pop up everywhere. at any corner, dude, flashback 5 years, you probably saw one Dollar General in like your city. Now, every fucking block, there's a Dollar General. At least in the Northeast, Dollar General, Dollar General, Dollar General. You could be in a town in the middle of nowhere, Dollar General. Big city, they got Dollar Generals every 3 feet, you know? And they're not even selling good shit. They're just selling regular freezer goods. They got bananas, apples, and fucking blueberries, and fucking lighters and cigarettes.
Probably say something stupid like,
it's like Thailand and 7-Elevens. I think it's Thailand. Yeah, Thailand 7-Eleven. How many are there? I'm pretty sure Thailand has like the most 7-Elevens per capita. There's 16,000 7-Eleven stores in Thailand. Oh my God. 200 stores open per quarter. That's more than one per day. That means if you live in Thailand, like if you're a regular Thai citizen, you're walking around and there's a new 7-Eleven in your vicinity every fucking week. Like, oh my God. Because Thailand's not that big of a country either. Like, there's a lot of people, but it's not a huge landmass.
like CVS, Walgreens, Dwayne Reed.
Yo, CVS? No, not CVS. You know what fucking sucks and shut down? Rite Aid. Nobody goes to a Rite Aid anymore. Rite Aids are dead.
Or Walmart, or Target, or perhaps BJ's. Do you guys love BJ's? I love.
What is Rite Aid? Like a shitty CVS.
Or perhaps BJ's. Do you guys love BJ's? I love BJ's. That's a real store in New England, and it's very popular, but holy
I've been to a BJ's a few times. I've never been to a Costco. I've only been to a BJ's. It's the same thing as a Costco. Like, almost identical.
How did they not see that marketing-wise? But the biggest retailer in the U.S.
I think it's great marketing. I understand it's a bad name, but, like, same thing with Dick's. Hey, you want to go to Dick's? What? Dick's Sporting Goods. And you know, I'm never going to get over this. How is Richard nicknamed Dick? Like, they're not even the same. It's not like there's no short form. It's just, how's Richard Dick?
By number of stores is actually Dollar General. In fact, there are more dollar stores in America.
Because Rick? No, it's Dick. Richard Rick Dick? But that doesn't make sense. I could understand Richard's nickname being Rick, but Richard's nickname is also Dick. Like, you could call a Richard Dick. Richard's nickname. Dick, Rick, Rich, or Richie. The nickname Dick originated in the Middle Ages through rhyming conventions where Richard was shortened to Rick and then changed to Dick. That had to be a diss, and then it stuck, right? Like, no, if you're a Richard in the Middle Ages and they go Richard Rick and then they just start calling you Dick, I mean, like, was Dick a term for penis in the Middle Ages?
America than every Walmart, Target, McDonald's, and Starbucks combined. Who doesn't love going down to the dollar store and picking up a new flavor of Faygo? Look, they got cotton candy flavor.
They actually have the worst products ever. Yo, that's not like a Dollar General, though. That's like a Dollar Tree. If you go to a Dollar General, just has cheap stuff. A Dollar Tree is like a true dollar store. And I think everything now is like $1.25 or $1.50 because of inflation. But like everything at the store is like under $2. Those stores are awesome, but also suck. The vibe when you walk into a Dollar Tree is just grim. There's like one employee, they have like deflated balloons in the corner, and you stroll in and it's just like old Halloween decorations. It's April. Old Halloween it's April in the corner. There's just weird like gum on the floor, and you're walking around and they just have like single boxes of candy, loose off-brand sodas, Faygo, and then like freezer bacon that certainly has bacteria. That certainly has some sort of bacteria.
Flavor for only 25 cents. A fitting price for such a disgusting abomination. Oh no, it's not 25 cents. It's $1.25.
Yeah, no, that's what it is now. See, this is a Dollar Tree.
Well, that's a little upset. It's a dollar store. Why are we going over?
Dude, that I've been saying the same thing. And yo, I'm not trying to shit on Five Below. That motherfucker's 80% Five Beyond. We ain't Five Below anymore, buddy. Stop. Change the name of the store at this point. We gotta go 10 Below at that point and just make it that. Because it's like, if you walk into a Five Below, half of the store is a Five and Beyond. It's like, what are we even doing? In 20 years, it's going to be Five Below and nothing's going to be $5 because they can't profit. It's the same thing, bro. If you only see these in big cities, I'm talking like Philly, New York City, you know, maybe like a Miami or somewhere, but like usually like an older city. Have you ever seen a 99-cent store? They still have those in some places. What are they selling there? Off-brand lollipops? Like, what are you selling in 2026? What are you selling for less than $1? Trash. Actual like garbage out of the trash can that's like refurbished.
For $1. What for?
Meth? Meth is very expensive comparatively, buddy. Maybe crack? Crack pellets?
For a Faygo.
Faulty condoms? Recalled birth control? Like, I don't understand. Like, what are we selling there that people are buying that?
What the f? I just don't get how you're gonna lie about selling things for $1 and then not only that, sell me something that should be literally a nickel. It's cotton candy Faygo and you're gonna charge $1.25 for that? Have some credibility. But that's just the thing. Hardly anything in the dollar store actually costs $1 anymore. They're all liars.
Yeah, but Dollar General, see, Dollar General, right? When you, like, that's the real facade of these places. Some of them stick true to the name. I'm not upset at a Dollar Tree changing it to $1.25 because everything's $1.25. You walk into a Dollar General, they got shit that's $50 in there. You could buy a fucking a big container of fucking laundry detergent for like $20.
Actually cost $1 anymore. They're all liars. They all sell things more than $1 and it's in their name. It's damn right unconstitutional. It's like if you found out I had a super small penis. I mean, my name's Big Tug. I gotta be packing down there. Start a rumor that I'm packing down there. And honestly, I can't think of one good reason why the dollar store would need to charge more than $1. Inflation? That's made up. Print more money. But still, with prices so relatively low, it's no wonder that studies show nearly 90% of Americans have shopped at a dollar store in the last year alone.
Yo, side note, did Killdozer ever do a video where he only ate at a Dollar Tree for a week? Because that video is probably very grim. That video is probably so... Killdozer Dollar Tree. Oh my god, what do you think he ate? Oh.
Guys, it is January 1st, and for the next 14 days, I am only eating and drinking from the Dollar Tree.
What are you eating from a Dollar Tree that is giving you any rotting meat? Any sort of sustenance. Oh my god, they do have frozen vegetables?
Unfortunately, the fruit is going to be a little too expensive.
See, $3. Oh my god, wait, no, Dollar Trees don't even follow the fucking rules anymore. What? No, this is actually ruining my fucking vibe. Okay, everything else is $1.25. You could get mustard. I would just start eating peanut butter for a week.
We ran out of ketchup. Tuna, we have to get tuna. We need...
Oh my. Eating that star-kissed tuna in water. Turkey stick.
But as you see, everything here, $1.25. Strawberry freeze-dried stuff.
Okay, freeze-dried strawberries, but that's just, it's not like, that's not that gross. Where's like...
All done, smells terrible. Dinner! Okay.
Yo, that is actually just straight gruel. Like, bro, I love watching his videos because he will eat the grossest thing ever, not really make a face, and just be like, yeah, that's the worst thing I've ever tasted, too.
I cut up some of that pepper jack cheese. All done, smells terrible. Dinner! Okay, wish me luck. That's gonna be a 6.3. Tastes like mush on fries. I'm still hungry, so I'm gonna have some of this pop raised beef jerkies.
Dude, we're giving that a 6.3. What's the most replayed?
Cheese. It is 6 p.m. I'm going to the gym again, doing some more. That is awesome. These buy drinks were really good. We'll grab that even after the...
Bro, I feel like he's just eating snacks for a week, dude. Wait, they sell G Fuel at a fucking Dollar Tree? Oh my god.
Beans, some of those...
Ooh, I could survive on Jimmy Dean's. I could survive on a Jimmy Dean.
No meal is complete without an absurd amount of this ranch.
What is that?
Seasoning. Cilantro lime rice is incredible.
Oh, he did not eat all of that. Is fucking foul. Oh, dude. Yeah, we're getting creative. Okay. Are those cut up hot dogs on saltine crackers?
Saltine crackers, sausage, cheddar cheese, ranch seasoning barbecue sauce. And now the piece de resistance. I'll attempt to eat that in the car on the way to the...
An enchilada. Oh my god, and then he went to the casino. Just throws up the fucking Dollar Tree diet into a cup, hands it to one of the waitresses.
However, other research suggests that as many as 36% of shoppers use these stores at least 3 times a month. And between 2008 and 2020, food sales at these stores nearly doubled. Now, is it because that's really sad because financial times hit hard and we had to get our meat at a dollar store? Yes, that's why it happened, I would assume. But man, come on down for the steakums, kids. We got it at the dollar store. You just know it's poison.
Dude, I used to be eating steakums. Nah, bro. Before I had Alpha Gal, and when I was in like fucking high school, bro, steakums was like the fucking meal, bro. Oh my god. You fucking throw some, what is that? It's like frozen fucking steak patties that are really thin, and you just cook them. Bro, that's like it's the struggle meal, but it's the best struggle meal.
We got it at the dollar
so dry. So dry, but you cover it in sauce.
Store. You just know it's poison. Every line in that is poison. So not only are dollar stores everywhere, but they're quickly becoming a consistent component of the American diet. During a 2020 earnings call, Dollar General CEO Ted Vasso said, "We do very good in good times, and we do fabulous in bad times." He loves the pores, Teddy. Honestly, if everything's going so good all the time, sounds like you could probably afford to keep your shit under $1 there, Ted. But considering today's dollar is worth 47% less than it was 25 years ago.
Wow. $100 in 2000 is equivalent to $188 today. Like, I knew the inflation rate was, you know, change in the dollar value, but I didn't think that it would be almost double from 2000, maybe double from like the 80s.
Ted's fabulous bad time seems to be here to stay. Tuglets, it's time to dig between the cushions of your couch and find the spare change, because today we're taking a trip to the dollar store and we're gonna figure out what the hell's going on over there. And also, do people find change between the cushions anymore? I mean, I haven't had a couch good enough to have cushions. It's usually one slate of fabric, and even then, I mean, do people have loose change in their pockets anymore? I remember going between the cushions and getting ice cream money for the ice cream truck when I was a child. Kids don't have.
Never had that. I used to look under vending machines though, and I would find when I was a kid, I used to look under vending machines and like put my hand in like the dusty ass gross part of a vending machine because people would drop coins down there and not want to pick them up. And that's like a locked way to get like 50 cents.
That anymore? Chris, you can go to the next segment whenever you want. I'm just going to be talking about the ice cream man for a while. The roots of discount retail stretch back so far that they predate the era when $1 was considered cheap. It's hard to think about now, but there was a time in America when a crisp George Washington was actually worth something and not filling up space in your pockets. What are you going to get for $1 nowadays? A cow tail? Chris, put up a picture of a cow tail. They're delicious, but they're fucking disgusting.
Bro, the candy that's under the counter at like a Wawa, that shit nobody buys. Like this shit. You know when you're checking out at a gas station, doesn't have to be a Wawa. This stuff at the bottom row. Who buys this? Do you guys buy this shit? Double Bubble. If I have never in my life seen somebody go just dive for the Double Bubble. I've gotten a cow tail or two once in a while, but Double Bubble bubble gum. Who's eating that? Are we in the 1910s? Is this is this the 1930s Great Depression? Hubba Bubba Double Bubble? Hubba Bubba Double Bubble bubble gum? That shit is disgusting. It's like chewing fucking cardboard. Cardboard and like whale fat. Oh, kids still exist? Yeah, and there's better gum than that.
1788, $1 was worth $30.
You know, okay, bro said kids still exist. You know what I'm trying to chew on? Big League Chew. Big League Chew. Act like I'm chewing tobacco. Put some green in there. Chew that up.
You think I don't get money. How can that be true? Which is why the first discount stores were actually called 5 and 10 cent stores. Hey, yeah, you see? The first of which was created in 1878 by the most 1878 name I've ever heard in my life, Frank Winfield Woolworth. Holy shit, that is an entrepreneur. Woolworth did live up to his name, however, becoming wildly successful by creating the first 5 and dime stores. The business model was so lucrative that it was quickly duplicated.
Yo, I genuinely believe we should just get rid of the dime, the nickel. I know we got already rid of the penny, but like, bro, chop everything out outside of a quarter, because what in the fuck are we buying that's 10 cents? Like, I know it's to you, it's for like the purpose of having taxes and then people are gonna round up if you get rid of it. But it's like, we had these coins because they were at one point capable of buying something in themselves. Like, you need like 40 nickels to buy anything of value.
Located by other stores, spawning some of America's first chains, including what would eventually become the 20th century retail giant Kmart. Remember Kmart? That's why I said 20th century giant, because that not around no more. They failed spectacularly. Maybe I'll make a video about that one day, but we're gonna be talking about the dollar store today. But of all the 5 and dimes, none were as successful or as influential as the 20th century Ben Franklin stores. Now, naming your store after a founding father is a bold move, especially when you're picking Benny Franklin, because that dude was a pervert. I mean, not only did he invent lightning rods, bifocals, and glass instruments played with wet fingers called the harmonica, but Franklin wasn't just inventing things, he was also a cocksmith. The dude loved him some
Didn't he go overseas and like cheat on, I don't know if he had a wife, but he would sleep with a bunch of women and then go back.
French. He loved a French more than he loved this country. So in his honor, we decided as a country to get together and name a cheap little fucking store after him. And I'm sure he would be thrilled if he lived to see the day. Ben Franklin stores were everywhere. At the company's peak, they operated 2,500 locations. And in 1945, a World War II veteran named...
Wait, hold up. Let's go through the U.S. currency. Penny, Abraham Lincoln. Nickel. I don't know the last time I looked at the face of a nickel. Who's on a nickel? Roosevelt? I don't think Roosevelt. I would assume like Alexander Hamilton or some shit. Jefferson? Okay, Jefferson's on the nickel. Quarter, Washington. $50? Let's void that. Dollar coin? Void that. They exist, nobody uses them. Dollar bill, Washington. Oh, dime. See, I forget about a dime. Who's on the dime? Kennedy? Who's on the dime? FDR. I don't fucking know. I'm Googling this. Who's on every bill and coin U.S.? $1 Washington, $2 Thomas Jefferson, $5 Abraham Lincoln, $10 Alexander Hamilton. I went and saw that play in New York City. It was fire. $20 Andrew Jackson, $50 U.S. Grant. $50 bill slept on currency. I feel like you rarely have a 50. I feel like most people carry 1, 5, 20, and 100. 1, 5, 20, 100, maybe a 10. You never carry in a 2. You have a 2, but you don't use it. It's like lucky. And then a 50. 50's rare. Rare. And then you never get dollar coins. Dollar coins are so rare. $50 too. Discontinued. There was a $500 bill with William McKinley on it. $1,000 Grover Cleveland. 5,000 James Madison. 10,000 Salmon P. Chase. Who the fuck is Salmon P. Chase? It sounds like a fake name. American politician, 6th Chief of Justice. Chase Bank.
Named Sam Walton bought a Ben Franklin in Newport, Arkansas. The store was sold to Franklin for $25,000, and the sellers apparently were quoted as saying, "This dude's buying a lemon." That's not a direct quote. They wouldn't say this dude, but they did call the store a lemon. If you don't know what a lemon is, it's something that's right out the gate, and he's probably gonna fail. But what nobody saw coming was the business IQ of this fucking shell-shocked war veteran. In 3 years, Walton's annual sales topped $250,000, which in today's money is about a trillion billion jabinka joints, because that's a lot of money back then. Eventually, Walton struck out on his own, creating a little store called Walmart. That's right, the basic principle.
What? The dude that started like these cheap stores made Walmart?
Of Walmart, one of the world's largest retailers, were fine-tuned in the dollar store, where Walton learned the pricing, merchandising, and layouts that would influence the Walmart model. And you guys know the Walmart model. It's perfect. You get the candy at the checkout aisles. You sell guns in cages next to baby formula. It's perfect.
Bro, my Walmart has digital price tags now. F. We're in a dystopia. They change it.
It's America. But it isn't just Walmart that claims roots in the Ben Franklin stores. This shit was wildly influential, turns out. In 1953, a Ben Franklin was purchased.
That shit's updating by the minute. You pick an item off the shelf, it triples in price.
purchased by K.R. Perry, whose son would eventually take up the family business by opening up a Dollar Tree in 1986. Remember the Dollar Tree? It's the whole point of the video. I've been ignoring that. I can't write a script for the of me, but I'm glad I hope you've been enjoying this. Hope you get all your fun facts. I am burnt out, guys. I can't do this forever. But it was 3 decades earlier in the 1950s when dollar stores began to take the shape we recognize today. Dollar General opened up in Springfield, Kentucky in 1955, and Family Dollar of Charlotte, North Carolina followed just 4 years later. Dollar General expanded to 29 stores and was doing annual sales of $5 million just 2 years after opening. And Family Dollar opened up 100 stores in its first decade, and then they opened up another 100 stores just a year after that. They were booming, exponential growth. Chris put up a chart. The 50s facilitated their spread because of the growth of the American suburbs and small towns after World War II. Dollar stores filled that gap of affordable and convenient shopping. Come on down, we're selling hams today. Plus big box stores like Walmart, they weren't even existing yet. You had to wait a decade for that shit. And even when they did, they tended to grow at a slower pace. But this was the genius of the dollar store, and the reason they spread across the country like a weed. They require so little overhead, gang. So little overhead.
No, and you always have like, dude, a Dollar General, a Dollar Tree. You have like 2 employees. Your production cost is so low, and the appeal is just like people love going there because it's just cheap shit. You go in, you spend $5, you feel like you spent nothing, and you got 5 items out of it.
Their buildings, inventories, and employees are a fraction of those needed by regular retail shops. Because I'll let you in a little secret, okay? If you have an entire store dedicated to shit that costs less than $1, you can only imagine how little that costs to actually produce and sell. They were making a crazy margin on all this shit.
I'm a manager at Dollar Tree, bro. Yo, sorry, I'm gonna say this. Some Dollar Tree employees smell like actually fucking dog poop. Wait, no, Dollar General, not Dollar Tree. There was one Dollar General I went to in PA, and the employee literally reeked of shit. Like, I was standing there, and I'm just going, you find everything you want today? Yeah. 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 I'm just trying to just give me my bag, bro. I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. Stench maxing, bro. I remember she was talking to the other guy. It was either her or him, well, maybe both of them. She was like, oh, I can't wait to go home. I'm like, oh, I wonder why. There's a fucking mud sandwich in your fucking pants right now, buddy. Holy shit, she smelled so bad. It was like eye-watering.
Footprints allows them to thrive in communities often overlooked by bigger retailers and places where it isn't practical.
I can't wait to go home right now. You just hear a plop onto the ground.
Or profitable to run a Walmart. And these places that I just described also happen to be full of the most desirable clientele for the dollar store. The poors. Dollar General CEO Ted Vasso says that their average customer is a woman in a dual income household that earns less than $40,000 before taxes, yikes, and has only about $800 of disposable income per year. It's not a great situation to be in. This makes much of rural America a prime spot for their industry. However, 75% of Americans nowadays do live within a 5-mile radius of a dollar store. So how does that amount of expansion make sense with the average demographic of a discount shopper? These dollar stores aren't just in
Oh, well, not in Guthrie, Texas, where the local gas station's 90 miles away. Not in old Guthrie, Texas. We got a 6-man football team. They got nobody around here. We gotta filter our own rainwater.
the shanty towns. They're in nice suburbs, and they're around the rich people. So how's that going down? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of show where I bring up the fact that shit's pretty bad right now, and it's been pretty bad for a while, and it doesn't look like it's getting better. The rich people are poor now. We're f***ed. A Pew study.
Well, that's why Target's a failing business, right? Because rich people will go to like, what's like a rich people grocery store? Rich people will go to like Erewhon if you live in like LA, or you know, like higher quality grocery stores. And Target was like targeting the middle class, but now the middle class is like starting to not really exist. So everybody just goes to Walmart or Dollar General. So it's like you just have 2 polar opposites. Trader Joe's, yeah. Trader Joe's. Whole Foods, some shit like that. Bro, no matter how much money I ever make, I'm not going to a fuck-ass Whole Foods. I would go to a Trader Joe's. I went to a Trader Joe's one time. That shit was awesome. Shit was awesome, dude. I felt like I was walking around. They were like, do you need help with anything, sir? No, thank you. And normally I hate that. Right? Normally I hate that, but every item at Trader Joe's makes no sense. I feel like I'm in the back rooms. Would you like help with anything? Oh, yeah, what's this? Oh, well, that's our fresh squeezed lemonade. It's $14. What? Best lemonade you ever had, though.
Found out that in 1971, 61% of Americans lived in middle-class households, which earned 2/3 of all income. And in 2023, only 51% of Americans were middle class, which earned less than half of all income. And I know I'm throwing a lot of numbers out here. It gets a little confusing when you start thinking about how bad things actually are, but they're important in this discussion because you can quote me on this. Chris put up on the screen, numbers are business. That's the first thing they teach you in business school. You like numbers? Because that's business. What I'm saying is the middle class is shrinking, and that's a great thing for people who own dollar stores. To quote Vasso, as this economy continues to chug along and create more of our core customer, Jesus Christ, that's so dark, I think there's going to be more and more opportunities for us to get in and build more stores. That's so up. I'm sure we're thinking of it in the wrong context. I'm sure he's talking to people who aren't poor, but oh my god. And this leads us to the consequences of the dollar store strategy. While they often like to position themselves as businesses that do good for the community by helping
Yo, I hate card shopping, dude. I think like that's actually like a bottom tier shopping experience, is being like, oh, I need to go buy a birthday card. And you stroll the stores and they're just all ass, dude. And you'll see some shit, it'll be like such niche things. Your nephew's graduating. Why do we have a card for that? Why do we have a card for that? We have a business we have a factory that's printing out cards for your nephew's baby shower. Like, why is that a subsection? Just have like birthday, marriage, your nephew's friend's bat mitzvah. And it'll just be a card that has nothing to do with, like, the relation of that to you. Why is that a thing?
Consumers stretch their dollar while providing access to shopping in underserved areas. They actually play a role in destroying local communities, and we're going to talk about that. As dollar stores aggressively expand, they're no longer just filling in needs for rural towns and small suburbs. They're competing with local grocery stores and effectively wiping them out. Dollar stores often open up right next door to local businesses and...
Bro, but I don't understand how they're competing with local grocery stores. Because I understand on the snack perspective, like smaller skewed things, like if you have to just grab something in the moment. But like Dollar Generals aren't selling like meats, you know? They sell like cereal and snacks and maybe a small fruit section, but they don't have like raw chicken or beef or fucking shrimp or some shit. But then I'm forgetting that the average American's diet is so piss poor that it's like they're probably just eating fish sticks from Dollar General.
What do you can't compete with someone selling a $1.25 cotton candy Faygo. Reports suggest that it's typical for mom and pop sales to drop by roughly 15 to 30% after a dollar store opens, driving many of them out of business. Studies have found a substantial decline in the number of grocers within a 2-mile radius of new dollar stores, which lead to food deserts. And that's when an area it's really hard to get good, healthy food, so they have to go to like 7-Eleven and buy donuts in order to survive. It's a big issue, and dollar stores contributing to that. And the cycle continues as fewer grocery stores mean more business for dollar stores, leading to more dollar stores opening, destroying even more grocery stores. So at this...
Bro, and the fruit that Dollar General has is like the runt puppy in a litter, bro. You get an apple from Dollar General, it's the size of a golf ball. I'm sitting there like, there's a core in there. I'm supposed to eat them like one bite. What am I buying? The blueberries are like fucking grains of sand. It's just sad.
Point, I know what you're asking yourself, Tucker. Is this all this bad stuff you're talking about? Is this all worth the savings? Is this worth the $1.25 Faygo, which is the only item I currently know that sells at dollar stores? But honestly, that question might be a little bit of a moot point. Dollar stores have a penny pinching reputation that's made them a favorite among thrifty and low income households, but that reputation might actually not be warranted. After all, if you think about it, these stores are making an insane amount of money. In 2024, Dollar General...
How? I feel like your profit margin's probably pretty low. And whenever I walk into a Dollar General, there's like maybe one other person there. You buy 6 items, you're not making that much money.
Net sales topped 40 billion, while Dollar Tree raked in 17.6 billion, and Family Dollar made 13.25 billion. How could a business that keeps inventory so cheap make so much goddamn money? Guys, they do it by doing what everyone else does. They f over the customers. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of it? One of the most common tactics dollar stores use to increase profit margins is shrinkflation. A very
Yo, Doritos be doing that shit, dude. You buy like a mini gas station bag of Doritos recently. There's like 5 Doritos in the bag. Not even. Other side note, not even a shrinkflation. Lay's chips struggling for their lives to get fucking people to buy their shitty ass potato chips. They rebranded from the gross fucking classic fucking pick to new brand. I gotta show you the side by side here. Like the new Lay's potato chip branding looks so good, comparable to the old one. Oh my god, the old one was so fucking gross. They almost conned me into buying it. Old Lay's potato chips. They look even worse than this, dude. They're see-through. That's how thin a Lay's potato chip is. Sopping wet with oil and see-through. Anybody that likes a Lay's potato chip, I'm not trying to diss you. If you like a classic yellow Lay's potato chip, your blood pressure is through the fucking roof. More than mine in my cortisol spikes. Because if you're eating these on a daily basis, they're disgusting, number one. They're disgusting. They're covered in oil. They're the most unhealthy fucking chip that you've ever eaten in your life. They're so gross. And then they rebrand to go made with real potatoes. Made with real potatoes. And look, these look like fucking piss chips. These look like kettle-cooked baked chips. And I'm telling you, they haven't changed the recipe at all. They just changed the branding. The potato chips are still dog shit ass. Literally, why are people buying those? If I'm buying a potato chip, I'm buying a kettle cooked. That's it. I will buy a baked Lay's. I take it back. Baked Lay's are good. Baked Lay's are good. Fried Lay's are disgusting.
chuggy term, a very millennial term, but it's actually real, so we gotta pay attention to it. The term was coined in 2009 to describe the practice of charging the same amount of money for a product while
kettle cooked are all right. You're pissing me off. You're pissing me off. You're pissing me off. If I'm buying a regular chip, I'm not a big fan of potato chips generally, but a kettle cooked jalapeno. Have one of these. Have one of these and get back to me. Have one of these and get back to me. These are elite chips. Nothing better. So good.
Slightly shrinking its size. Studies find that consumers charging the same amount of money.
Fritos, another weird pick. Don't know why anybody would be buying those. The Crest White toothpaste. Wow, really skipping out on the toothpaste here. Raisins are down. Not really upset about that. 70 fewer raisins per can. I'm gonna be totally real. I think I have the same Sun-Maid raisins jar that I've had for the last 10 years. Hold up. I need to go grab that. I actually think I have the same raisins. They're probably expired. When am I ever just eating a handful of raisins? It's currently April 3rd. These expired 2 months ago. And there's still more. Ooh, dude, there's just so many raisins. Like, when are you ever eating that many raisins? Eat them? How long okay, I wonder when I bought them though. Do you think I could figure that out? What is the shelf life of raisins? 6 months? I did not buy these 6 months ago. I don't remember buying raisins in the last, 2 years. Genuinely. Eat them? Hold up. It's, stuck. It's, fully stuck. How do you get them out? I'm trying to, I want to get it out as one big cube. I'm throwing it out. What the fuck am I doing? They're expired. They're fucking expired. I'm not going to eat the raisins. Jesus.
Money for a product while slightly shrinking its size. Studies find that consumers are less likely to stop buying a product due to shrinkflation than due to a price increase. And they might not even notice a smaller Snickers bar. It might be a quarter inch smaller. I wasn't paying attention, so give it to them. They don't give a f. But shrinkflation explains why many consumers might not realize that in 2022, Gatorade changed the size of its standard bottle from 32 ounces to 28 ounces. Gatorade, come on now.
One, they'll hollow out the bottom part. You ever see that? So instead of it having a flat bottom, they'll just make a big hole. So it looks exactly the same, but they save 5 ounces of liquid.
I need that lemon juice. I need that yellow juice in my body when I get a cold. But unfortunately, shrinkflation is a strategy that dollar stores use to exploit the vulnerability of their primary customer base. Now, considering practices like shrinkflation are going on, it's kind of hard to think about if you're actually saving any money shopping at these stores. And that's why we came up with a brand new game to help you navigate the discounts in the dollar store aisle. It's time to play Deal or No Deal. That cannot be right. That's already taken, Jimmy. You that up. I can't say that. That's a copyright. All right, that's why we're playing a brand new game called Thrifty or Shitty. Well, I can't say that over and over. I'm gonna get demonetized. Thrifty or Shifty. You dropped the ball on this one, Jimmy. The rules are simple. I'll show you a dollar store item, and then you get to decide whether it'd be cheaper to just get it at a local grocery store. And it probably is, because I love the deals down at Market
Well, most Dollar Generals I thought are more expensive. It's just the convenience of them.
Basket. More product placement. Go to Market Basket. They over Damula, but the deals are still there. All right, number one. Challenge number one. Mayo. Put it on the screen, Chris. Got a jar.
Is mayo cheaper at a grocery store? Yes, because they're buying it in bulk.
Of mayo. This 8-ounce jar of Kraft Real Mayo sounds like a steal at $1.25, which equals about 15.625 cents per ounce. Holy, what a steal. But honestly, I've never heard of mayo coming in an 8-ounce increment, so I'm a little bit, I'm already confused and a little bit suspicious. I also hate how...
I don't know. I do like the convenient size of the mayo. I'm not a big mayo guy. I like the squeegee mayo for my sandwiches. But when people buy a jar of mayo, that'd take me like 2 years to get through.
It immediately labels itself as real. I know they're trying to differentiate themselves from mayo, what's that shit? Miracle Whip, which is disgusting, but I hate when anyone put like made with real sugar. I fucking hope what kind of...
I hate the I can't believe it's not butter brand, because every butter spread that you eat is probably not butter. If you go to a grocery store and buy a tub of like a butter-like substance, it's vegetable oil. Like that's what it is. Like Country Crock is not butter. I can't believe it's not butter is not butter, right? Land of Lakes might be butter. I don't know if it is. But like most of that shit's, it's just canola oil.
Fake sugar can you use? I don't know. Calling it real mayo makes it seem like it's a naturally occurring element on this earth instead of being whipped up with a shit ton of oil and eggs. Like, it doesn't grow on a tree, gang. It's not, real is a big word. Okay, so it's time to decide, Tuglets. Thrifty or shifty? Survey says a 30-ounce jar of mayonnaise runs about $40 at my local grocery store, which comes in at about 13.3 cents an ounce. Which some of you geniuses out there would notice that is less than the number I said earlier about the dollar store mayo. So you're getting even though it seems cheaper, you're just buying less. All right, number two, Thousand Island dressing. I'm pretty sure that's what they put on Big Macs. I've never had it on a salad. Again, we have an
They put Thousand Island dressing on a Big Mac?
example of a weirdly small bottle, with this dressing again costing $1
on the Big Arch Burger,
$25 for an 8-ounce bottle, or 15.625 per ounce, whatever cents, whatever. We got that. It's cheap. So anyway, thrifty or shifty? Answer: it's a little weird, actually. For complete transparency, the 8-ounce bottle available at the dollar store was Kraft, a name brand. And with that in mind, my local grocery store carries a 16-ounce bottle of Kraft Thousand Island for $4.29, which is approximately 26.8 cents per ounce. And that would make the dollar store version of this thrifty. However, if you're already shopping at the dollar store, I don't think a name brand is much of a concern, in which case you can get a generic Thousand Island for $2.49 or 15.5 cents per ounce, which makes the dollar store version of Thousand Island dressing shifty. So I guess you just gotta pay attention to, you gotta bring a calculator to the store, which is so fun when I'm shopping at a discount store. All right, challenge number 3, ramen, the cheapest thing on earth. I remember.
All right, bro, if we're nickel and diming ramen, though, I don't know. That's where we've lost the plot. That's when society's cooked, is when you're worried about the price of ramen. Ramen's like actually just $1. Anywhere ramen's $1.
Back when these were 29 cents a fucking packet. I don't know what happened to this country. Ramen is pretty much the cheapest way to keep yourself alive on this planet, so I was a little surprised to see this stuff at the dollar store charging $1.50 per pack. That is so much money. You just buy a can of soup for that. But it's a 5-pack, so if you do the math, each one's only about 30 cents, and that's a screaming good deal for a bowl of soup. But ramen noodles occupy a weird space in the culinary world. The type you make at home is incredibly unhealthy, accounting for 72% of your recommended sodium intake per package, and the kind you get at a restaurant melts in your mouth and it's the best thing on earth. So it's a weird, I don't get it. But one thing I noticed is a 5-pack
one's highly processed and covered in fucking sodium and the other's not.
Of ramen.
Ramen's buns. I think real ramen's good. Like if you go to like a ramen shop, but like base ramen's not. Yeah, let's ban that kid.
Noodles is a little
You know, while we're at it, we gave it a shot for a little bit. We're gonna go back.
Unorthodox. Usually it's a 6-pack. So my suspicion flares are flaring. Is it thrifty or shifty? Answer: Okay, we might be splitting hairs here because ramen is already so goddamn cheap. But you can get a 12-pack at a standard grocery store for $4.99, which is over 41 cents a pack. So this is thrifty, but with a pretty big asterisk. Keep in mind that these bigger packs of ramen do always go on sale. In fact, while I was writing this, you could get a 12-pack of ramen at my local market for $2.99 or a little less than 25 cents a pack. So whatever. Frozen pizza, number 4. This was one of the most shocking items I found in the store because each one of these pizzas is $5 each, which is, it's a supreme pizza, but it's still a fucking frozen pizza. And it's not even DiGiorno.
I feel like frozen pizza is like one of the biggest scams. Well, there's actually like an index that shows if the economy is doing bad or not, depending on how many frozen pizzas are being bought, because if more people are buying frozen pizzas, that's showing that they don't want to actually buy takeout or go to a restaurant, but they want some sort of special meal that feels different. But regardless, I think a frozen pizza is like they're cheap, but they're bad. Like, they're objectively bad. Like, even like my favorite frozen pizza is like a Screamin' Sicilian. Still ass, comparable to like any regular like delivery pizza place.
Which is like the best one. So survey says,
and real pizza is not expensive. You could get like an extra large Domino's pizza for like fucking $15.
thrifty or shifty. And I thought this was gonna be a slam dunk for shifty. No way could anyone in their right mind charge over $5 for a Red Baron pizza. But sure enough, they do. This same thing is being sold at my local grocery store for
hell no. Yeah, you can, bro. What? See, now I'm looking. How much do we think an extra large Domino's pizza is? You could get an extra large barbecue chicken pizza for $15. A plane's probably like $12.
$5.99. $1 more for Red Baron. What happened to this country? I don't even know how we went.
Too much. I feel like that's the one thing that's like, that's a pretty valid price. Like, dude, you're getting like fucking 5,000 calories of food.
In this game, folks, I feel like we're losing, no matter what we do. How did it get so dark? This was supposed to be a fun history lesson about the dollar store. What's the next segment? Oh, good. The section is called The Human Cost of a Dollar Store. Fantastic. Dollar stores aren't always a value for consumers, and they often hurt local businesses. But guess what? They are awful to their employees. 92% of Dollar General workers earn less than $15 an hour, which, just in case you weren't paying attention, $15 an hour is not livable anywhere in the United States anymore. You could be in Kansas and you're not only are these staffers underpaid, but they also have to work with the bare bones staffing. Oftentimes, dollar stores only have 2 people working at once. And that makes things really complicated considering that they're always trying to sell balloons at the front of their store. Just one parent trying to buy a balloon for their child that they love will completely f over an entire shift at Dollar General. Not to mention that since there's only 2 people working, you basically have to do everything. You ring people up, you stock the shelves, you clean. Go to any grocery store, they have like 40 people doing all those jobs. There are people who are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year who don't even work remotely as hard. Former dollar store employees report being expected to work long hours with little or no overtime. So not only is this wildly exploitative, it's also extremely unsafe.
No bathroom breaks, potentially, as well.
Without time to take care of stocking, the merchandise piles up in the aisles. I don't know if you've been to a dollar store.
That's what I experienced at that $1
recently, but it looks like a fucking bomb went off. And federal safety inspections have repeatedly found
yeah, no, they are always dirty, dude. There's always like parts of the store that are just like closed.
Blocked exit routes, fire hazards, and unsafely stacked merchandise. In 2024, Dollar General paid a $12 million fine to the government for workplace safety violations. And nothing changed. They were just like, yeah, we do that shit. Here's the money for it, but we're not it's way cheaper to just not pay these people than it is to pay you guys, so f it. But a blocked exit is the least of your worries at the dollar store. Because of their lack of security and small numbers of employees, they get robbed all the fucking time. There's
what are you robbing from a Dollar General that's of value at all? The cash register with fucking $9.38 in it.
Any 50-50 coin flip. If you walk into a dollar store, it's currently in the middle of a mugging. In Dayton, Ohio, 81 criminal incidents were counted by police at dollar stores in 2023. And while the majority of them involved theft, several
go into the Dollar General, rob them from everything. We just got $38. $38 and we stole 2 things of detergent for free.
Several of them were robberies. Robberies are...
I could do 27 dishwasher cycles and fucking 15 laundry loads.
Incredibly common at the dollar store. And I know they're an easy target because they got one dude called Todd running the shop, but how much money could you squeeze out of a fucking dollar store? I'm sure they have $20 in cash behind the register, but man, they think it might be worth it because people die a lot during these. According to data from the Gun Violence Archive, 172 people have been injured in Dollar General stores since 2014, and nearly 50 have died. That's too many. I mean, death is always a tragedy, but we're averaging 5 a year here. One Ohio Dollar General employee named Dave Dukes actually experienced 3 armed robberies, so many that the company sent him to other stores in the region to train employees on how to handle themselves while a gun is being pointed at them. But after his 3rd robbery...
Yo, I'm quitting that fucking job, bro. What? If you have a training lesson as like a part of your, like, you just got the job and it's like part of your training is like, okay, so when the guy eventually comes in here and tries to rob you, just put your hands up, keep it calm.
Dukes hit his limit and he started bringing a gun to work. I don't fucking blame him. And of course, he got robbed again at Dollar General and he fucking shot the dude and killed somebody. All of this over cotton candy Faygo. All right, this is bad.
Did he get in trouble for bringing a gun to work, though?
This was not as fun as I thought it was going to be. We got to make this fun. Okay, goofy dollar store names in other countries. That's more like it. Okay, we'll end on a fun note. We'll just talk about this, how the Europeans name their dumb shit. In Germany, you get 1 hero shop, which is pretty boring. Japan has 100 yen shops, which is kind of fun. I don't get why Asian...
100 yen? Isn't 100 yen like nothing? 100 yen to USD. That's 63 cents. What the fuck are they selling at the 100 yen store? That's not even $1.
Countries have denominations of money that are so much, though. I don't get that. Like, they're like, oh yeah, that hamburger costs 1,400 yen. Just make it 14. Take a couple zeros off that bitch. I don't know why we do that. Like South Korea, 1,000 won shop. Like, make it $1. Why? Just cut the zero.
Yeah, well, no, there's places that have it even worse than that. It'll be like the 5 USD would equate to like 30,000 of their currency.
Off of it. Vietnam, 10K stores. You see what I'm saying? Dollarama in Canada. That's fun. That's a fun one. The UK used to have a 3-penny stores, which sounds dumb, but now they have Poundland, which is where I took your mother last night. And of course, Poland has I have no clue.
Zistko old 5s.
I don't know. Chris, put it on the screen. I have no clue how to say that. There's a 5 in there. 5's watch. Nothing like a little xenophobia to take the edge off. But before I go, I want to make one thing abundantly clear. I don't think it's bad to shop at the dollar store. I don't think that's a bad thing to do. And I'm not shaming anyone for doing it. You guys aren't the problem. That's absolutely fine. Sometimes you can really stretch your George Washington shopping at these fine retailers. However, I think it's important to realize just how these stores work, and that's by feeding off of our misery. They give less, they charge more, they destroy small businesses, and create practically death traps. As one retail researcher expertly put it, what the dollar stores are betting on in a large way is that we are going to have a permanent underclass in America, based on the concept that the jobs went away and the jobs are never coming back, and that things aren't going to get better in any of these places. So on that super fun note, thanks for watching Big Tug. New videos every Saturday and sometimes Wednesday. Like, comment, and subscribe. Do all those things. Shout out the extra Tuglets. All my little bargain boys. They're all...
He does promote his fucking Extra Tug website very well.
$4 a month.
Oh, he's a shitload. He thought he had friends. They were paid actors. This is a bit of an older video. Oldest video that we're watching today.
What? Matt? What is going on?
This is Matt. He just found out that all these friends he'd gotten close to over the last couple of weeks were actually paid actors who were part of an elaborate reality TV hoax. It sounds like
that would with me so hard. What did he think he was going on, like a Big Brother styled show, but it was all just about him in general? He thought they were also contestants. Isn't that literally just a remake of The Truman Show? This is like IRL. Well, The Truman Show, for those of you that don't know, is a movie with Jim Carrey where the premise is it's a really good movie, by the way. He's basically like, since he was a kid, grown up in a fake household in a fake neighborhood where he's never left his city, which is like really big, but everyone in the city is a paid actor. Right? They all are just actors, and they film him from, like, you know, the time that he was, like, 3 years old through adulthood. And the movie's about him, like, finally figuring out that he's in a simulation. It's a spoiler. It's literally the premise of the movie. It's not really a spoiler. It's the summary of the plot, is that he's trying to figure out that he's in a simulation. It's a good movie. But I also will say, it's like, it took him, like, 30 years. I'm like, it'd take you 30 years. You never left your City. Like, I understand they were like brainwashing him to a degree, but that's just crazy. This is a lot more easy to pull off. Hey, you're on a reality show. You think everybody's also on the reality show? Turns out you're the only contestant.
Hoax. It sounds like a pretty mean prank because it was, but my boy Matt ended up getting the last laugh. This image actually became kind of a meme several years ago, but not everyone knows the full story behind it.
What would you do if your entire world turned out to be fake? If an army of writers, producers, and actors spent over a year creating TV's most elaborate experiment around you? If they plotted your every move, recorded...
I wonder how they chose the guy. Like, do you think they specifically tried to get him because they thought he wouldn't know? There's no way it was a random person. They probably had a high selection process for, like, who it would be. You think you would figure it out? If you were on, like, a reality show living in a house, because it's already recorded. So that, like, removes the, why are there cameras? So it's like, that part's normal. I feel like I would figure it out. At some point, I mean, are they really actors if all they're doing is playing in a game show? They're basically just in the game show. If you're in a if I enter a reality TV thing and I'm like going to the Jersey Shore and everybody around me is a paid actor, like you're still just doing the same shit you do. You're just maybe nicer to me or something. Like, I feel like it's not really Truman Show-esque.
24 hours a day and put it on national television. Well, that's exactly what happened to this guy.
This is the Joe Schmo Show, which aired in...
Okay, what? Joe Schmo. This is literally just a rip of the Truman Show. I will have to say, the one thing about the Truman Show that's so fucking mind-numbingly stupid is, yes, it has the same vibe as like a 24-hour stream like the Mafia-thon, so people would tune in. But it's just like secret cameras just like recording his whole life and shit. And it's the #1 show in the world. 95% of the show would be boring as fuck. If somebody recorded and live streamed your life at all times, 85% of the time, you're sitting on your phone. You're taking a shit. You're sleeping. Right? Like, and people are like, wow, this is riveting content. Like, I'd rather watch something scripted. What the fuck? And it's not like they put him in the movie. They don't put him through like crazy challenges. He lives like the basic ass white picket fence American dream life. He goes to work, does a boring ass 9 to 5, buys the paper and is like, hey, Frank. And Frank, a paid actor, goes, hey, Truman. It's like, this isn't, what's entertaining about this?
On Spike TV, a network that was previously known as TNN, and then they later changed it to just Spike, and now it's called the Paramount Network, but at the time, it was Spike TV, the first network for men. That was their actual slogan during that time, so you can imagine what kind of content would be on a channel geared towards young men in 2003. Does anybody remember Stripperella? Probably not.
Stripperella? That was a real cartoon.
So the Spike TV content that wasn't reruns of Star Trek was pretty forgettable. But I will always remember the Joe Schmo Show, and here's why.
Oh my God, how long did they have the show run on for? Now he's bringing me into it. I was thinking this is like a 2-week show.
Hi, I'm T1J.
Follow me.
I don't know if you know this, but YouTube subscribers don't really show my videos. Yet, I still set up of the Joe Schmo Show. They told my boy Matt that he was selected to be one of 9 contestants on a reality competition show called Lap of Luxury. Lap of Luxury is your basic Big Brother style show where everyone lives together in a big house and they compete in challenges and people get voted out one by one until just one person.
Nah, you would feel like such a cornball. Oh my God. There's a voting process. Imagine they bring you to the very end and you're like, I fucking high IQ'd the shit out of this. I'm final 2. I deserve to win. And they're like, congrats. It's all fake. You were scripted to win from the very beginning.
remains and they win the grand prize, which in this case was $100,000. But the twist is that all of
what year was this? 100 grand.
The other contestants were actually actors who were playing characters, and most of what they did was carefully scripted, all of this being unknown to Matt.
Today, Molly is going to confide in Matt.
Are Ralph and I still flirting with each other when he comes in?
No! Are they gonna have like somebody come on to him and like flirt with him and shit? Nah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he got Truman Showed. It's funny going back to watch this
Actually getting Truman Showed. I never knew this was a show that existed.
show now because a couple of those actors went on to more prominent roles.
Oh my god! What is his name from Always Sunny? Stop. Oh my god, he's the priest that becomes homeless because they manipulate him. He's like my favorite character outside of Charlie and Danny DeVito. Rickety Cricket. That's what they call him. Yeah. Cricket.
Notable example being Kristen Wiig, who played this character Dr. Pat, and of course later went on to become a top 5 all-time SNL cast member.
I'm just so freaking excited.
It's just strange to remember that there was a point where Kristen Wiig was so unknown that she could be on a show like this.
Bro, you know the most underrated SNL person is Bill Hader. He was on that show for like 10 years and everybody was like, oh, it's Bill Hader. Bro, he's such a good actor.
The point was to find the most simple, unsuspecting, average dude possible, a regular Joe Schmo, and throw him into a house with 9 crazy people and see how much they can fuck.
Like the most boring guy possible. So what do? I work at an accounting firm. It's kind of a desk job.
With him. It kind of sounds like some dystopian psychological experiment. It's totally not the type of thing I would normally be into. It's just kind of cynical and mean-spirited. They call the guy Joe Schmo, for God's sake. But let's talk about the Schmo. His name's Matt, like I said, and he's a law school dropout.
They should have gotten a guy named Joe.
Who lives with his parents and delivers pizza for a living. The exact kind.
Oh my God. Nah, they handpicked this motherfucker. They handpicked this motherfucker. Matt delivers pizzas, lives with his parents. He's 30.
Kind of homegrown, white bread schmuck they were looking for.
Oh my God, he plays rec league basketball. Stop. Nah, they're literally just making fun of this guy. No, this is fucked up. He plays rec league, like fucking like C-League rec basketball. Like just you and your boys.
Matt is confident and out.
Plays D&D on weekends.
Going, but
this is mean.
Also pretty goofy, little awkward. He's one of those guys with no filter.
And he's from Pittsburgh.
Just kind of says the first thing that comes to his head, which leads to a lot of foot in mouth moments.
You're gay, huh?
Can I see the
Ooh. Out of the blue, this is the intro. This is the intro to the show. They're just standing with the host. So you're like gay, right?
Huh?
Yeah. He looked at me like, yeah, I'm gay, so what? You know what I mean? Which he's right. Why would I have said that?
But here's the thing. He's all
Matt just walks up to the gay guy unprompted. Yo, I just want to let you know, respect. The guy's like, what? I really fuck with what you stand for. I'd be like, bro, what are you talking about?
Also really kind and friendly. He's polite.
Ollie, I guess you like to pray before you eat? The moment of silence was my suggestion. I don't pray, but I knew that she did. We all have a lot to be thankful for anyway.
Sure. Helpful.
Trust me, nobody wants us to go faster than I do. Nobody warned me about this.
Really? It's cute.
Bro, if I was an actor, I would just act like I'm on a game show. Or do they have to specifically do certain things to kind of like steer Matt in a specific direction? I feel like this would be really easy to be an actor for this.
I see your point.
This is my first
I see your
big exposure television
see your
gig.
point about it. And I don't think it'll have detrimental effects upon your career, really.
And respectful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Matt just turned his back out of respect for, you know, this relationship, he turned his back so we could talk.
And what is this screen grab? What are they arguing or something? He's just making a face
to each other.
And the first person to speak up when someone is being bullied or treated unfairly.
Kid,
What?
dude, if you don't let go,
Come
I'm gonna throw you in the freaking pool. Every opportunity I get.
Don't even say that.
You are not throwing him in the pool. I will whoop your ass if you throw him in the pool.
You kind of immediately
That didn't even really seem like bullying. That seemed like really weird banter. Like kind of cringy almost.
like the guy.
Hey, dude, I wanted to say, when I said you're gay before, don't get pissed.
I think Matt definitely.
Oh, don't get pissed, bro. It's not like, no, like I didn't mean it like that. Or and no, I'm not into you. I just need to put that out there. And I'm just, you know, I'm just setting a wall up. But I just
felt bad. I mean, you could tell Matt was just really sincere when he said it.
I'm an ally, just so you know that, for real.
I mean, that's pretty woke for a straight white guy in 2003. And although
this was 2003,
clear that Matt understands that he's in a competition, or
bro, they better give him 100K though, right? Do you think they'll give him 100 grand? Oh my God, because that's the prize money. I wouldn't give a fuck if they Truman showed me if they gave me 100K. They better. If they didn't, I'd be like, I'm suing this fucking company.
at least he thinks he is. You really get the sense that he's just happy to have this experience and to meet all these interesting people, some of whom he really comes to like and respect, like Earl, for example, the grizzled veteran who opens up to him and becomes somewhat of a father figure.
Really glad that we met. And
oh my God, no, but this would be the biggest mind fuck. Oh my God, because all of their lives are fake. All of their lives are fake. All of their names aren't actually their names. You would fucking, at the end of it, you'd be like, you're not a veteran. You'd be like, yeah, my name's Larry. I'm a mall cop. What? We had a heart-to-heart. I'd be tweaking.
say that I'm better off for having known you.
Way too many people in the hot tub. Yeah. Somebody said that. Valid point, whoever fucking said that in chat. This is at most a 5-person hot tub. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Thanks.
So, of course, this makes it even more upsetting that it's all fake and they're going through all the trouble just to stress this really nice guy out on national television. In the first few episodes, the whole point of the show is just to put Matt in humiliating situations and screw with his emotions. They constantly do these little cutaways where the actors or the crew smugly discusses the schemes they've created or how hilarious it is that Matt is falling for their little prank.
Can you give it some rhythm? I really wanted him to make noise, like make a sound. I don't know, I just thought it would be funny. I'm sorry, Matt.
At 2, Kristen. There's this one scene where Matt is genuinely upset with another housemate named Hutch, who is being an asshole, because he's the asshole. It's literally the script. And they show a split screen revealing the rest of the cast and crew just laughing at Matt while he's going through this emotional moment. It's really off-putting to me, but I guess that's the show. So, like I said, Matt is not just some goofball. He actually tries to play the game. He strategizes, he forms alliances, he's getting closer.
Bro, like, you know how bad this could go, though? What if Matt was, like, not a chill guy? Yeah, they had to do some background research. What if Matt was, like, cripplingly racist in this game? Like, when he did a confessional, he was like, yeah, I don't like that guy. Like, just fucking said something out of pocket. Like, that could have been bad.
With his housemates, but he's definitely there to try and
because
win.
they wouldn't remove him from the show. Like, in a regular reality show, like Big Brother, that's happened. And they get kicked off. Like, because they try to fist fight somebody.
The cash. But of course, this entire...
it was 2003. Yeah, they probably would have kept it rolling. If that happened, they probably would have been like, oh, this is content. Yeah.
show is scripted, so none of his strategy really matters. Like, there's this girl, Ashley, who was really nice to Matt at first, but then kind of did a heel turn into being very conniving and cold to him. And of course, good guy Matt doesn't like that, so he tries to rally support towards getting her voted off of the show. But the producers throw Matt a sadistic curveball.
The deciding vote in tonight's eviction ceremony. Earl.
Who's Earl?
With 4 votes.
Is Earl the veteran? No, is Earl the veteran? Oh my God.
You've been cut off from the lap of luxury.
It was
Why would they do? I feel like immediately there I'd be like, this show's a fucking piece of shit. I like out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, and didn't really make sense in the story because
I feel like that would be the first. That would be the first given, dude. Everybody's talking about these 2 random people, and then they just vote off Earl.
Everyone appeared to like Earl. It was done purely to fuck with Matt, who had become very close with Earl, or at least he thought he was getting close to Earl. But the creators of this show couldn't predict just how much this elimination would affect Matt. Seeing how sad Earl's eviction made Matt caused almost all of the actors to halfway break character and try to take care of him or cry alongside of him.
Yeah, I know, me, but I was sad too.
I was sad for real. It's just not worth any amount of money. It's just not. And no one watching will understand.
He could just like voluntarily leave the show. That would have scuffed this whole thing.
Until you're in the position, you have no idea.
But here's the thing. I think audiences did understand. There's a reason that everyone on reality TV seems to be a vapid sociopath, because they're carefully selected based on certain qualities that make for exciting television. Matt was selected.
Damn, I never even thought about that. Like most reality TV cast members from like the early 2000s are all narcissists, at least in that time. Like all of the Jersey Shore cast. Like everybody in the Jersey Shore. Not anymore. I think a lot of them have humbled since, but if you watch Jersey Shore, literally all of them are like obsessed with themselves from the get-go.
To be the exact opposite of that. He's the schmo. That was the whole joke. And I think what the producers didn't realize before this point is that because Matt was such a
Jersey Shore is crazy, bro. Nobody knows how nobody realizes how big Jersey Shore was. When Jersey Shore was being filmed, they would leave the crowds kind of out of frame most of the time. Like season 2 of Jersey Shore, when they would walk to a bar, there would be hordes of people waiting to see like Snooki. And then she would get in a fucking fist fight and get arrested or some shit.
Relatable, admirable guy, and also because this whole setup is pretty fucking cruel in general, the audience would begin to root for him. I know I did. Matt wasn't the schmo anymore. He was the hero, and the producers and the actors became the antagonists. The best moments in the show are not when the producers are laughing about how well their prank is going. My favorites are the times when Matt surprises the producers or does something that inadvertently ruins their cynical plan. Like there was this one competition where Matt had to put his hand on a porn star's breast, and if he removed it, he lost the game. Again, it was Spike TV in 2000.
That was a bro, and he was like, "Yeah, this makes sense. This is a real mini game." I'd be like, "This can't be real. This is gonna be broadcasted."
Almost all of the
early Mr. Beast challenge
competitions involved breasts. That probably sounds like an exaggeration, but you'd be surprised. Anyway, the producers basically were like, of course, Matt is a horny caveman. There's no way he's ever gonna let go of that breast. But Matt strategically loses the game on purpose. It's complicated, but basically if he lost the game, he knew he would get his own room, which he really wanted. You have to watch the show to get the context. And since the script said that Matt was meant to win that challenge, they had to scramble to update their plans for that episode. Or this sumo competition they had to do, which was also designed for Matt to win. But after he accidentally injures Dr. Pat, he unexpectedly chooses to give her the prize he won. It's good guy Matt. So when they literally break his spirit to the extent that he's full—
Bro, this sounds like the nicest guy ever. Of course it's scripted. Bro, see, nah, are you being a conspiracy theorist right now? Is this motherfucker— this was 2003. okay? In modern times, this would be scripted. Matt would actually not be Truman Show, you know, Jim Carrey. He would be in on it, acting like he's not in on it. 2003, they'd do this to someone. In 2003, they actually conned a guy into thinking he was in a reality show.
On balling on national television.
I think it was also a lot easier to trick people then. Would you agree with that? I feel like social media now, I'm not saying people are smarter necessarily. It's just more so like, I think if you tried to do this now, people would pick up on it a lot faster. Even if they had no cell phones. If it was like 2025, they tried to remake Joe Schmo, you'd be like, bro, you're not like, this ain't a real fucking challenge.
Even they have to ask themselves,
are we the baddies? The actors were sort of second guessing like the whole process of the whole thing.
And we were devastated to, you know, hurt him in any way. And we didn't want that to happen.
And ultimately, this would lead to a complete change in tone halfway through the show. Now, instead of putting Matt in awkward or embarrassing situations just for laughs, most of the story was now designed to make Matt look good. They put him in competitions that he was likely to be good at to make it easier for him to win. Like there was a game where they had to do a cannonball into the pool to splash enough water onto a woman's t-shirt.
Bro,
so
why
you could
does
see
every fucking challenge? Oh, it's because it's Spike TV, the first show for men. White t-shirt contest. What the fuck?
Look, I told you.
Literally the Gooner Show. Every challenge has to do with boobs. I'd be like, come on. All right, this is the 5th challenge that has a boob-related goal.
Matt was the biggest guy there, clearly rigged in his favor. And like Matt spent some time in law school, so they did a debate competition, which is very subtle. They put him in situations where he had to make a moral choice, but it was extremely obvious what the correct choice was.
Both Ashley and Hutch want me to vote Brian off. You know, I know what I have to do.
Like, are you gonna betray the closest friend you've made in the house or go along with these two people who have been assholes to you the whole show? But Matt still ends up looking virtuous for making the honorable choice. Even the tone of the behind the scenes commentary shifted dramatically.
First day, real. We're gonna get him hooked.
God, it's probably so weird near the end though. I feel like it's easy to be an actor at the start when there's like 9 other actors talking to Matt. When you're the final 3 and Matt's talking to you all day, every day, and you're just like, he's going to try and get to know you, and you're going to make up your life. Like you're going to make up your job, where you're from, who your friends are, what your passions are, because you're not playing you.
Line and sinker, and we can afford to get outrageous later.
Just let's absolutely just keep it going. This guy is gonna have the night of his life.
Matt was truly now the hero of the Joe Schmo Show. The last big prank of the show was to make Hutch the undeserving asshole, the ultimate winner of Lap of Luxury, which is pretty funny because he was kind of a cartoon villain on the show, so that would be a super unsatisfying conclusion. But shortly after, they finally revealed the true nature of the show to Matt, which I'll talk about right after I tell you about the annual plan. So, subscription.
Come on, guys, raise your hand if you're an actor as well. Please, I mean, come on.
Oh my God, no, I gotta rewind.
Off the annual plan. So basically, it's a very good time to take advantage of this bundle. Just check out the—
Oh my God, no. Stop.
Check out—
Please, I mean, come on. Let's be honest about this.
What?
Yeah. I feel like I'd faint. Bro, he was there for like a month.
Matt? What is going on? What is going on?
There's something we've been meaning to tell you.
What's that?
Yo, but main character energy though. The main character energy you'd feel though, it'd be slightly embarrassing, but like you think you're just a contestant that lost, you'd be like, wait, this whole show's about me. Wait, this entire show's about— the entire show is about me, all of it. Every aspect. I feel like, and then do you think he immediately started putting pieces together after they told him, like, oh, that makes perfect sense now? Because there has to be some things that he was utterly confused about, like the veteran getting voted off, like off rip, the most likable guy in the show.
The only real thing on this reality show is you.
Oh my God.
So as I mentioned, the prize for
Bro, that's kind of lame as hell, though, because then I'd be like, nah, I thought y'all were my friends.
this fake reality show was $100,000. And they don't mention throughout the show whether they plan to give Matt that money. I mean,
Oh my God, do they never say if they give him the money?
you kind of assume they're going to. That would be so shitty if they didn't. And they do. I think they better if you
Wait,
do sign.
I accidentally rewinded. Okay, now that's fine. That's fine. I'm not upset anymore. All right, that's good. Because then he just auto wins.
At the end. But because of how the show changed, it wasn't like, hey, sorry for traumatizing you, here's 100 stacks. It ended up being a celebration of Matt and how solid a dude he is.
He's the sweetest thing. I mean, he is the sweetest thing.
Matt, I love you. You're an amazing
Do you think he ever became friends with some of them?
person, and you've surprised everyone on this project with how big your heart is.
Matt's he's a genuine guy.
He's top 5 of the nicest guys I've ever met in my life. I mean, he's just a great guy.
He's top 5. I mean, Matt's just got to be all around dude, right? Wow.
The power of boredom.
God. It's all for you, man.
Oh, is he watching it?
It's all for you.
Thank you so much.
Like, they could have pulled any awkward goober off of the street and gave him $100,000, but they got my boy Matt. And you like when good things happen to good people. But the real reason I love—
How much is $100,000 in 2003 now? 175,000. So you got like $1/5
this story is because it's a story of pure human goodness overcoming cynicism. They literally had to rearrange their whole show because of one man.
That's nothing? What the fuck do you mean that's nothing? He got $175K for a month.
Integrity. They were forced to abandon their sadistic premise.
Yeah, it's not retirement money, but it's still like, bro, that's seed money to pay off student loans, invest till you could retire early.
Of just fucking with a guy for kicks and turn the show into basically a surprise party in his honor.
And you get boobs, what a bonus. Yeah, and he got a hold of porn star's boob in the show.
There were 2 more seasons of the Joe Schmo show, but you can tell they were trying to intentionally capture—
Oh, why did they— No. They tried to do it again. Oh, that's stupid.
The magic that Matt unexpectedly brought to the first season. And it's not really organic, so it doesn't really hit the same way. It's so—
Yeah, and they got a guy that literally is just like a dupe of Matt.
Easy to get sucked up into negativity. I just thought it was cool to see an example of human decency finally winning the day. That's just me, though. What do you think?
I loved this fucking video. Oh my God. Masterclass of cruelty and manipulation. I can't believe they saw the Truman Show and thought, let's do that. Yeah, the entire point of the Truman Show. This is really fucked up they did that. Why don't we do that? Why don't we go make this a reality? No wonder he dropped out of law school. He's a soul and a good heart. Oh my God. Once a grown man in 2003 cry as his competition is voted out. Yo, that's actually very true. 2003, you would kind of be made fun of for that. That would be seen as like very weak. If I didn't really think about it. When rebranding fails, Kai Cenat.
Some say rebranding as a content creator, artist, or creative anything is a make or break in a lot of people's careers. You can have good creator rebrands, like Speed going from a kid yelling slurs in his mom's basement at 3 a.m. and doing voodoo rituals or whatever you call this. Genuinely, we gotta add.
Wow, Speed's fucking like content arc is crazy because now he does like very like cultural like showcasings of like the world, and he used to like light off fireworks in his bedroom.
What the f was wrong with Speed in 2021? To now becoming one of the biggest live streamers in the world and breaking generations of propaganda from the media. But then you also have creators on the opposite side of rebranding like Sneeko. Turning from a person who used to be labeled one of the most creative YouTubers on this platform for his unique style of videos, to now having to hang out with the sinister six of streaming and appealing to racists because that's how much his audience has got diluted. Either have a sand machine grounding your ball sack for 5 minutes, or have your sister in a room with these guys for 5 minutes.
Well, I think the appeal of the content change for the hard right audience is a similar content change that comedians make to religious comedy and Christian comedy. It lowers your audience threshold, but it increases the dedicated audience that you have. Does that make sense? So I don't even know if a lot of like hard right-wing creators believe what they say, but it basically guarantees the fact that you're going to have an audience, even if it is smaller. It guarantees that you have that audience. It's the same thing with Christian comedy. Like, if you're a comedian and then you pivot to Christian comedy, like, you lose a wider audience, but you gain a more dedicated, smaller fan base. And so that's like the path that a lot of them go. And they're a lot more hardcore fans, right? It's a very weird pivot that a lot of people make, but I mean, you see people make it pretty quickly. Pretty often, if that makes sense. I used to be far right-wing, thank God I'm not anymore. I mean, I'm not judging, like, political viewpoints, but I just think, like, I am. It's like, well, I mean, it's not. It's a mixture. It's not, I have nothing wrong with conservative content creators, but the purpose of making hard right content is to appeal to a smaller net fan base that just fucks with you. That's what it is, right? Like, I think when you make, like, if you just make content and you have liberal views, you're not making liberal content all the time. Like, I have liberal views. I don't air them out every day. But if you are a hard right content creator, a lot of the content that you have to make revolves around that. There's the same that could be said around left-wing creators, right? Like, Hassan is a very left-wing creator. Hassan's content is all politically motivated. But I think, like, if you're in that, like, kick rumble space, there's like 90% of your content has to be around politics.
Personally, I'm sorry for my offspring, but y'all can no longer be born. Sometimes these rebrands come.
There are like exceptions to that, but I'm saying a lot of it is like BP right wing. Like, it's their job to appeal to that audience.
Naturally, though, and I think those are always the best types. Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came.
Do you still like your chatters aren't liberals? I don't have a problem with conservatism. I have a problem with when people just refuse to, like with the current ICE shit, when people are like, well, that lady shouldn't have tried to drive away. I'm like, dude, he shot her in the chest like fucking 3 times. I'm like, he killed her, right? Like, now it's just like just being an ass to be an ass, right? There's like a difference between having like financially, fiscally conservative views or like some socially conservative views or religious views to like literally just not giving a fuck about the fact that like somebody got murdered. Right.
And from him maturing from being a
like, there's a difference there.
Teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, then actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on
and I know that'll piss people off, but like, I gotta say, I don't know why people immediately get agitated when the creator they watch doesn't have the same views as them. Like, it's very narrow-minded to assume that the creator that you watch is just going to agree with what you think. Right? Because you like their content. Like, that's just not going to be the case, right? One way or the other, right? There's going to be people that are liberal that watch conservative content creators that get annoyed when they have those views, right? For me, I'm liberal. People get annoyed when they find out I'm not conservative. It's usually assumptive that I'm conservative because I'm a straight white man, and so they look at me and they just assume I'm like a Chad of sorts. But it's like, I don't know. Holy PR? It's not PR, man. It's not PR. So many people say that, man. So many people are like, Joe's liberal for PR. Brother, I went to college for philosophy. I'm very attuned to atheism. I'm basically on the cusp of absurdist nihilism. I don't believe in God, right? If you just took my viewpoints, that would religion. It's like, I feel like it's not PR, man. Like, I think there's nothing after death, man. I think that's like, it's just obvious that I would probably be somewhat socially left-leaning, you know? Like, even without, like, PR in the picture, it's just like atheism. Atheist, probably not conservative. Like, most of the, I mean, that's like, it's a true thing where if you take somebody's sex, income, religious perspective, how often they go to church or their synagogue or whatever place of worship is, like, you can factor in what they'll probably be, right, politically. Like, I'm not liberal for PR. I just am I'm not actually liberal. I'm a social democrat, right? Is how I would perceive my own views. Nobody knows what that means, though, so I just say I'm a liberal. But it's like a little different. It depends on the topic, though, right? I could have a take that's more middle grounded. But like the majority of the time, I would say I fall into a more liberal way of thinking. Like, I don't believe in God. I'm not religious. I have no problem with gay marriage. I support the LGBTQ, right? So all of these things kind of coincide with like my base philosophical beliefs. So it's not something for PR. It's just that's what I think. And that upsets people. Abortion, I support abortion. Oh God, that really upsets people. Yep, I know. Also not PR. That's just, I don't see a problem with abortion. Third trimester is a different conversation, right? Where you're about to have the kid. But to say that, and I'm not saying this to just get dubs. Like, you could say L. Joe. I don't give a fuck, right? You could disagree with me. But, like, I'm not being liberal for PR. There's an equal, and to say I'm being liberal for PR is like, dude, the majority, not majority, you know how many men in the younger Gen Z era are conservative? The majority of my audience is men. So many people that watch me are conservative. It's equally appealing for me to be either for PR, right? I could pivot either way. Like, it's not a PR stance.
Platform, most of their—
Can we move on from that?
Their audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet, that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, that actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet. And
Joe ... is very obvious the majority of your audience is liberal. Yeah, because a lot of people stopped watching me when I shared political views. That's, you know, the amount of people that unfollowed me, like, way back when I said that I supported Palestine. Like, I mean, now I think both sides really are against Israel, but like early, like years ago, right? Not years ago, like a year and a half ago, when I said that I supported Palestine, the amount of people that were like, I fucking hate you. Okay, don't watch me. It's not a PR thing, dude. I've gotten fucking death threats for my views. On either side, that's gonna happen.
Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came from him maturing from being a teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, that actually went out in the real world.
I literally think that's the arc that I had. Like, people will be like, you're so much more political now. I'm like, no, I just have a philosophy channel and a lot of philosophy takes somewhat intertwined with politics. I started content when I was a teenager. I'm now 23. I've gotten older. I think my content slightly matured.
World and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet and have the least life experience. There's also rebrands that are straight up a hard launch and the person is saying this is exactly how they're going to be moving like, which is usually more dangerous because you're telling the entire audience you built up that you're no longer that person they watched. And the newest rebrand we have from a big creator is none other than Kai Cenat. I don't think we've had a hard launch rebrand from somebody as big as Kai Cenat in a while.
I'm gonna have the take that I think he approached this goal of making clothing very poorly. And I think he took the break from streaming for his mental health, which was needed, and I have nothing wrong with that. But I think going from streaming all the time to disappearing for 4 months to saying you're just gonna quit streaming and start a clothing brand, it's like, well, now how are you gonna promote it? Your entire audience watched you for your personality, and now you want to start a clothing brand, but your means of promotion for that clothing brand no longer exist because you're not streaming anymore. It's like, I think the best way that he could have done it was stream less, still stream, start the brand, and then slowly go from like streaming to clothing and then just done, right? Versus just being done and then launching the clothing brand. You know what I mean? Like, how are you going to promo it?
Not too long ago was he yelling yacht at women getting up on his stream.
Saying so.
I'm sorry. Let me lock him out real quick.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? All right, bet. Go ahead.
The thought of an historian in the year 2900 going back to this time and studying these type of clips always crosses my mind. And now Kai's brand new look is him launching a fashion brand and trying to become a designer himself, while also self-helping himself by trying to fix his reading struggles and working out. Off the word,
I don't have a problem with the reading videos either. It's like a self-accountability of like posting those videos to ensure that you read more. But I think being able to read and then comprehend reading is two different things. When you read out loud, I mean, maybe this is a person-to-person thing, but I'm just going to have this take. I think if you read out loud, you're not actually absorbing what the fuck you're reading most of the time. Like, if you're focusing on the pronunciation of the words, you're not actually focusing on the meaning of the word itself. Like, all the videos that he posts are him reading for 30 minutes, and he's not actually reading. Like, he's reading, but it's reading for pronunciation, not reading for understanding. And those are two different things. You could read for understanding, but if you're focused on pronunciation, you're not focused on the purpose or what you're actually absorbing.
Working out. Off the wording itself, it doesn't sound...
It's the reverse for me. I think it does vary, but I think if you're like trying to read and you're focusing on the pronunciation of that word, you're not actually focusing on what that word means. He does look up what those words mean, but it's like, if I'm reading 5 pages, I'm going to absorb it a lot better in silence than out loud. I think it depends on the person, but I think largely, like, I kind of have that take from the idea of popcorn reading. Like, when you were a kid and you had popcorn reading and your name got called, whatever paragraph you just read, you were not focused on what the fuck that shit meant. You were focused on not stuttering and pronouncing the words in a meaningful way. Right, or not a meaningful way, the right way.
Bad at all. There's been 2 reactions to this. One,
Neon for the sub.
Being people who just hate to hate and basically hate on any...
You rebranded? I think I had a rebrand from the loud beanie guy to me, but that took a while. I don't think that rebrand took place until 2022. I think around 2022, like the summer of 2022, I started actually making content that was me. I think prior to, it was like just like LARPing as some fucking angry beanie guy. And I do get angry, but I think like I don't like any of the content that I created, like even honestly like 2022 and prior. I think 2023 I was like, okay, now I just like make the content I want to make.
Anything Kai does. If Kai does something like save a cat from a tree, they're in the comments saying some like he's worse than Hitler. Then there's a other group of people who genuinely just find his rebrand corny and don't like it. And if you see my videos, I've defended Kai from random who just hate to hate on the internet or try to find a random problem. But I've also been critical of Kai, and this rebrand was
executed terribly.
This all started back when he ended a subathon at the end of September in 2025. He hit 1 million subs, had 1 million viewers at the end. He had...
The Mafiathon really did feel like a very heavily branded event, though. Like, it was so focused around the gaining of subs rather than the content itself, is how I felt. Not to say that there weren't good bits, but it was like, we want to hit 1 million subs, so we're going to do everything to hit 1 million subs. And everything was like monetizable, where there were like certain days where subs were matched and they were like subs off, and we're going to have like power hours and stuff.
Every celebrity in the book on it. LeBron James shaved his head on stream. We could have just left the last part. All we needed to see was the king on stream. And after his stream ended, he decided to take a long hiatus to spend it with his girlfriend vacationing around the world, seeing different places. Kind of awkward knowing that now, considering they just went through a pretty public breakup and she's dissing all of his friends and people around him. On this vacation, he was...
Didn't she cheat on him or something? Yeah, like, I feel for him in that sense of, like, I get his break. I get his mental health break. But it's, like, it's hard to pivot from an entertainer. I was saying this the other day to my friends. I think Kai was one of the most successful entertainer on Twitch. But I think going from being a forefront entertainer riff guy to a creator is 2 different things. Like, I'm not a creator. I know everybody is like, oh, you're a content creator, and that's the terminology used. I'm not a creator. Creators are like Ted Nivison or fucking Casey Neistat or like the guy, like, bro, even like Tommy NFG is like a creator. Like, people that make shit. I riff, right? Most streamers riff. And Jack Pembroke, creator. It's hard to go from that to like something where you're behind the scenes making this shit hands-on. Like, they're 2 different realms, man. Like, streaming is such a different ball game from content creation. And content creation, it is content creation, but not in the way that I'm trying to describe it. Streaming is so different from raw content creation, and that's even so different from like directing behind the scenes work, right? Like, I'm good at on-the-spot stuff. I'm not good at, like, planned-out shit. I'm good at scheduling. That's even different.
I was probably trying to think of how he would even come back and be able to top what he just did. Like, if I was in Kai's position, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't know what the to do. I broke a record that probably won't be beaten or like...
Retire! 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 That's, like, if he wants to keep... So, I think he wants to make that fucking clothing, right? and it's like, that's a passion of his, go for it, right? But if it's like, if we're pivoting to like, I want this to be like a successful brand, then he has to kind of also like stream on that side. Like, I mean, bro, like Kai's probably worth $100 million plus. Like, he could just retire now.
Time it had
It's like whatever you want to do.
LeBron James on at the same time. I gotta end off everything with that. Which is why he announced in a video on January 13th that he's officially quitting streaming. And it turns out that was actually clickbait, shocker. The whole video was an
he's not done?
Announcement for his fashion brand and showing his journey on making his clothing brand. While also announcing he's been secretly posting videos on another channel that will document his journey. This was probably the worst thing he did in his rebrand and is the thing people are making fun of the most. In the reading videos, one weird thing he does is flex the phone timer after his reading time is supposed to end to show people that he's become a reading god above the average human brain input and output.
Location, creating, and implementation intention is a strategy you can use. You can use, pair a new habit with a specific time and location. The implementation intention formula is I will behavior and time and location. Habit stacking is a...
You see what I mean, though? The way he's reading the words is about pronunciation rather than, like, understanding. And if that's the goal, I don't know, man. That's just, like the way that, like, the sentences is not being read in the flow of a sentence. It's being read in, like, a way of pronunciation.
Time and location. Habit stacking is a strategy you can use. The ability of ending the emotional pain, which can open the door for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 30 minutes.
Implementation intention is a strategy that you can use. If you already want a 40v1.
Like, alright, man, we get it. You now have reached the same reading comprehension as Shakespeare. If he didn't put this timer bit into the reading videos, it wouldn't have received even close to the amount of hate it's getting. In the comments of all the vids, people are basically clowning him, saying he's trying too hard to be performative with it, and also are saying he's reading but not actually comprehending what it's.
That's just the take I have. I have no problem with him posting these videos. I think, like, having a fitness journey or a reading journey or whatever it is for, like, you know, making yourself want to motivate, like self-accountability, like that's good.
Something that could have made it better is if he showed some notes that he was writing down while reading the book.
Yeah, like trying to like understand, like when I have such a lack of motivation for reading, and I really want to read more for philosophy because I love philosophy. I love my philosophy channel. I love making those videos, but it's like when I read, I dead ass take notes on a Google Doc. Like, when I made that Marcus Aurelius video about meditations, that shit took me like 6 months to get through that book. But I would take notes when I would read it.
To show that he was actually retaining the information and keeping what the book's actually saying in his head. Unironic.
And even then, it's like, you gotta take notes and go back to them because, like, you could read something, understand it, and then forget about it. You know? Like, you could be like, oh, I get that. And then the next day, I could be like, what'd you read about? And the average human's gonna be like, probably couldn't tell you.
Middle school teachers got one up on that. They was right on that because you do not retain shit after reading a book for the first time. But that time,
hell no, dude. You could read a chapter and then 6 hours later forget every single fucking sentence you read.
Everything was gonna cook him either way. He's got to put that one in the closet. Overall, it is good he's actually taking initiative to improve himself, though. And there's clips, too, where he doesn't understand a word, so he searches up what it means on camera. Where people are clowning him for not knowing a word's meaning, which I find...
Yeah, which is... That's fucking weird. I think he gets hate because he's so big, and, like, anybody in that space that's large and trying to do something that's new, people are gonna fucking shit on you for. But, yeah, like, he looked up, like, spontaneity, and people flamed him for it. I'm like, bro, who cares?
So weird. People will always say try to...
Like, that demotivates motherfuckers to want to learn how to read and want to learn what words mean because you get flamed if you don't know what something is. Like, it's very commendable to admit that you don't understand something. It's very commendable to admit that you don't get something because so many people get ingrained in their beliefs and they refuse to admit when they're wrong. And, like, everybody does this. I do this, right? Where if, like, somebody proves you wrong, you don't even actually go, like, you never concede that loss because that's showing, like, weakness. So instead, people double down and get more fucking locked in and drilled into their fucking beliefs, even though they actually were just proven that they're wrong. That's why one of the best ways to change somebody's mind is to get them to arrive at your opinion by questioning them to get them to arrive at your opinion themselves. Like, if I want you to believe that UBI makes sense, I don't want to explain to you why UBI makes sense. I'm going to question you with 30, 40 different series of questions to where eventually you arrive at the idea that you think universal base income is a good idea. And you're going to say it, and then I'll go, huh, that's a good point. And then you're going to go, I know, thank you. And in reality, I was the guy that made you fucking think of that, right? Because I asked you the million questions to do that, but you're the one that said it. So because you said it, now you believe it, right? But if you tell a motherfucker, no, you're wrong, this is why you're wrong, and here's what's right, they'll never believe that. And it's the same thing with me. People do that to me. I'll be like, fuck you. No, I'm right, right? Like, that's how you change somebody's mind. Is by getting like motivational interviewing, like questioning them to arrive at your opinion.
Prove yourself by reading books or going to the gym or learning whatever habit. And when you showcase yourself trying to improve yourself, they just clown you.
But it's so easy to just dunk on a motherfucker, you know? It makes you feel better to dunk on a motherfucker and be like, no, you're stupid. Here's why. Even though you know, everybody knows that's not going to change their mind, right? Because you're going to try and humiliate them, and then they're going to fucking feel like shit about themselves. They're going to be like, fuck you. And then now you're more distanced from each other.
2026 and can't even be curious about
You do that? I know I do that. It's bad I do that.
something without getting the sped allegations. Meanwhile, those same people are
Because I love the idea of being like, no, you're a dumbass. Here's why. People do it to me too.
fat chuds on the internet that do nothing but comment on people's all day. And we kind of do need more people reading, at least in America, because the amount of people's reading comprehension has gone down is atrocious. I know this as a creator because I'll say something, a person won't even finish the video or just pause on that part, then go in the comment section writing a whole paragraph explaining why they hate me and how my take is wrong. Half the population reads at a 6th grade level here. We gotta start doing reading clubs again. I'm glad to be in the group of Gen Z kids that got out school right when AI was about to hit. Because if I was in school right now, I'll let y'all know, I would be a couple of octaves dumber than I already am. Then there's the fashion pivot. On that same channel, he's posting videos of him learning how to make clothes for his fashion brand, which doesn't have as much hate as the reading, but it's more of the way he presents it, I would say. His fashion brand is called Vivette, and one way he's advertising it is with his own journal. The journal having designs and sketches of what he wants in it. And the way he's talking about this journal and flexing it, you would think he's writing some new verses for the Bible. Even on the Vivette website, the only way you can see the journal is if you sign up and join the waitlist. So it's clear the journal is the main marketing tactic he has for his whole fashion brand, which isn't an uncommon thing. Every fashion designer has their own type of documentation of the process of making a product. Kanye is somebody who did this a lot and showed off his sketches. It's confusing on Kanye's
why did it just get silent?
Vision for it, because in different videos he's saying so many things about what it's supposed to be, and he's changing the camera quality on the videos to make it look more like a documentary, which is now being called the performative quality. The funniest one has gotta be
your boy for the sub.
Him recording himself writing in his journal on a 3DS, which got deleted.
Why is he recording off his 3DS?
I don't know how to describe it. It's like a track, right? And then everybody's on it. And then when you achieve a lot or you do good, you start to succeed. You start to exceed it. Like you start to keep going at a crazy. The way like I'm a little dark and shit. Like shit dark for me. But as soon as I hold this journal up, it's a lot like more focused on it.
That journal better have the cure to cancer the way he's showing it. Crazy thing is, even if the journal does have good designs and people want to buy it, the videos have cooked anything associated to it. People will just look back at the videos and start dying laughing. There was absolutely zero need to record this video on a 3DS. I feel like even he looked back at this and said, alright, I'm doing too much. While people were memeing the whole thing, it also opened the floodgates of old clips showing COD trying to fit in with certain things, where you can't put it any other way. He's just saying some to be performative for the camera.
Yo, if you could describe your outfit with a song, what would it be?
Viva La Vida by Cosplay. These are kind of busted up, but headphones. That's what I need.
Like, bro just had that shit in the dome. What would you describe your outfit as? Bro, I'd be like, I don't know what fucking song my outfit is.
By Cosplay. These are kind of busted up, but headphones. That's what I need. Not use those. You do not use those.
Yeah, bro does not use corded earbuds in the Big 26.
Why you capping this? He does not use those.
No. Yeah, he do. Look. These are the 16, 15 iPhones.
Thank you. These don't work. No, it just broke today. How it broke?
Kai, you can use AirPods. We know you're rich, dog. And before people get on my ass for wearing these wired headphones, look back the past 4 years. I've been wearing these in every single video the past 4 years. All right, I'm not faking.
Yeah, bro, you need the fucking wireless one. Well, I still use these because these are good with a mic for TikTok. They probably got my ear goop in them. Yep, you got my ear goop. That's how you know I use them. Your earwax gets all stuck in those motherfuckers.
I'm not sure why he does it or if he tries to do it subtly so people don't notice much. But in 2026, with all the forms of social media we got, people are gonna be able to tell when you're faking it. I do believe though that even with all these performative shenanigans, he actually got into fashion and likes it. You can tell his fashion game.
No, I bet he does like fashion. I bet he does want to make good clothing. But it's just like, I don't know. Like, do you think that like management or PR or somebody was telling him he has to like do these videos, or he was like, I want to promote it this way? I don't know. Because I think he wants it to have its own meaning outside of just him. Because it's not like merch. Like, he wants to transcend it from Kai merch. Because like, it would guarantee, that's how I'm perceiving it. It would guaranteed be successful if he just dropped clothes and was like, yo, my brand, I'm gonna call it Vivette. It's Kai merch. Buy it. But, like, he wants it to be its own standalone thing.
It's changed a lot in the past couple of years. And I'm sure people will say that this whole thing is fake or a grift because it happened so soon. That can happen to anyone with anything, though. Sometimes you get into something and like it so much a lot in a short period of time. You want to start trying it yourself or going out into that industry. The way he's advertising it, though, is way too performative. There's clips of him walking around with the journal in Paris Fashion Week. And it looked like he was protecting an ancient scripture that had burned down what vaporized half of humanity's information.
Yeah, like, what the fuck am I watching right now? Like, I have no idea what's, like, why are there so many pictures being taken? What is this? Where, like, this is at a fashion week, but he's just, like, flipping through the journal. Why?
Wow.
Before I saw these clips, honestly, I didn't understand why people were saying the rebrand is performative. And as soon as I saw these clips, I understood why. Whoever told him on his team that this will look tough gotta be fired. Other fashion designers there were probably looking confused as hell. This isn't to say that Kai's clothing brand is gonna come out and look trash or ugly, but it's more of the marketing tactic and how it was done. In fact, I think a lot of the people hating saying the clothes are gonna look ass would start wearing it if all of a sudden people actually like it and start wearing it out. One thing Kai's gonna mainly struggle within the fashion industry is trying to have this new persona while his old clips still being mega viral and out there, which is why I said at the
yeah, like, he hard pivoted from like this extremely extroverted loud guy to like a quiet genius that makes fashion. You know, like, it's a very big pivot.
It's better when a transformation naturally happens on its own and isn't a hard pivot, because not only is he gonna get low broed by the fashion elites there and they'll just see him as the streamer guy, also it's the clips and what type of streamer he was, doing a bunch of goofy stuff for stream. It's way easier for you to be a small content creator and have collabs with the bigger content creators, because content creators are usually more genuine, which can lead to you blowing up and having your own career. The fashion industry is just like the music industry. It's cutthroat. They'll tell you if your shit is ass, or a company will deny making the clothes because they don't think it will sell well. And people memeing this whole thing is definitely not helping potential fashion collaborators take it more serious. The whole jump into it was very fast though. It was only 3.5 months he was gone before doing this whole change. I feel like minimum you need a year for something like this. I guess for now we're gonna have to wait and see how it goes.
And was he mentioning it before? Like, before the Mafiathon 3, was he like, I don't know. Like, did he say, I'm gonna make a clothing brand?
I don't know.
Or was it like out of nowhere?
If he's gonna completely quit streaming, but if I was his friend giving advice, I say hell no. No matter what is
he had to have mentioned it once.
Content creator, unless you're gonna retire after like 10 or 15 years, you gotta serve the people that built you up to what you are, or maybe that's only me. So y'all will have me for another painstaking 10 years at minimum. Enjoy. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram.
Love Tommy, bruh. Rebrand that cut when Tommy rebranded into having no afro. Tommy's cut always get inflamed. Speed in the beginning, it was nothing but a minstrel show. So happy he rebranded instead of role-playing as an ape. My God. Speed's rebrand was crazy. Witness in real time, bro. Went from tweaking in his mom's basement becoming mayor of Peru for 1 hour. He got a lot more serious. And I think that was just his personality changing, though. I mean, dude, Speed blew up as a fucking high schooler. And then now he's like, what, like 22 or some shit? 21, something? How old is Speed? Yeah, 21. Kai's a good example of somebody getting famous and rich but not really doing anything, and then he thinks he can become anything because of it. Kind of like when YouTubers would try to become musicians. I wouldn't even say YouTubers becoming musicians. I would say TikTokers becoming musicians. But I don't think he got rich and famous by not really doing anything. I think he was a really good streamer for the space that he had. But like, or has. But it's just such a pivot, man. Like, I make merch, but going merch and a clothing brand are two different fucking things, man. Like, getting into clothes and fashion is just an entirely different space. It's picking up another career. Yes, they're both in the social space because you have to promote them by marketing, but like, that'd be like dead ass me running a social media business, which is basically what I do, and then being like, all right, I'm gonna open a restaurant. I don't know the first thing about managing workers or having a meal or quality assurance of food or the marketing of food. It's like, the best advice I got, which is a little dampening, right? But the best advice I got was from my accountant. He said, I was like, I don't know what I want to do, like, when I'm done social media. He's like, stick with what you know, man. Stick with what you know. You could stay in the marketing space, do behind the scenes shit, right? I could get into management of my own with ad companies and agencies or like, managing creators. But like, if you step out of that space, you're basically repaving your way, right? Like, if you dip from, like, if I know how to stream and I know the marketing space and I understand all of that stuff, and then I step out of that and I'm like, I want to open a bar. Just because you got the money don't mean you're going to have the success, right? Just because you've had success somewhere else doesn't mean you're going to achieve that same success elsewhere. It means you have and have proven the ability to succeed, but that doesn't mean that that next mission is going to be what's going to be for you, right? Obviously, you're going to have a better start, but I don't know. It's like, that's why I've always said, when I'm done, bro, like, I would love to retire from, like, social media in that sense. I would do behind the scenes shit. I would love to even just, like, work at a fucking animal shelter or do some shit where it's like, you're not restarting a business, bro, because growing a business and growing a brand is so painstakingly long and annoying to do, right? Like, it's not just as simple as going, oh, an AI gets an innocent man arrested. Lock in.
So, very, very peculiar. Peppermill has this pretty sophisticated artificial intelligence software that analyzes faces of previous trespassers. And they get a 100% match on this guy who, whenever they trespassed him before, presented an ID that had a different name. They look like the same exact guy.
I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike.
So either he is who he says he is and he's not have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
their software is pretty cool. Software's pretty cool. You know, Mike probably has a fake ID that says he's a different guy. He's probably putting on this whole facade so he could trespass in this building again.
The fact that he's acting super suspicious. I'll be 100% honest.
He's acting super suspicious. He's acting how any person would, under the presumption that you're getting trespassed for something you didn't, or you're getting trespassed when you didn't. You're getting accused for a crime that you didn't commit. Yes, you're probably going to be a little fucking angry or, I guess, rejecting, defensive. You're being a little suspicious. You're being a little defensive. Maybe because he didn't fucking do it.
Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Nightmare
Oh my God, they actually brought him to jail. Dude, he's probably going to sue the shit out of these people.
Reality at a Reno, Nevada casino when AI facial recognition technology misidentifies someone, leading to a wrongful arrest and lands an innocent man behind bars.
I don't want to say that this is good for him, because this sucks. Like, this shouldn't happen to anybody. But isn't he going to get an absolute bag? Like, I don't see how he's not going to make millions of dollars off of this fucking casino or whatever that trespassed him, because they illegally detained him off of AI and brought him to jail.
What good is the ID?
And he showed identification, right? He proved he was who he says he is, and they still just arrested him.
Then why do I even carry that mother?
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before until now. Please.
I don't understand why they can't just scan his ID. Don't cops have that, like, in the system? It'd be different if he had a fake ID of a person that didn't exist. You know, they're like, this, hey, here's my ID. They scan it, it bounces. And they're like, this isn't a real person. Versus him literally being, like, he's like, dude, I'm not Mike. This is who I am. And they scan it, and they're like, oh, yeah, no, that's you.
Note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On September 17, 2023, the Peppermill Casino calls the Reno Police Department to report that a trespasser has unlawfully returned to the casino. They report that they have the man in custody, but he's claiming...
Yeah, I don't think it really helps that AI is scanning images of this guy in 240p. Like, he has a very regular white guy look. You know, I don't think AI, a very sophisticated AI system,
to go by an entirely different name than the man they've previously trespassed. Officer Richard Jagger arrived.
White guy in a black shirt. ChatGPT, 100% match. 100% match. That's him.
Arrives at the casino at 5:48 a.m.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
How you doing?
What?
Oh, thank God you're here.
The man declaring his relief at the sight of the officer is 40-year-old Jason Killinger, who is accused of...
Oh my God, no! And he's happy the cop's there because the fucking casino security fucking detained him. So he's just been sitting in the back room like, oh, thank fuck, the cops are here.
Trespassing at the Peppermill Casino.
So,
oh my God.
What's going on?
So we got this system generated alert. Prior trespasser.
Okay.
And, we made contact and arrested him, and he claimed that wasn't him. And so we're just trying to...
If they have him trespassed, shouldn't they have, like... I mean, I don't know if they're legally allowed to do this at a casino, but if they're trespassing somebody, shouldn't they have fingerprints of him? And then they would just see that it's not him?
Did you guys think phone call if it's with him or not?
So what's the issue, you guys? Did he have a different driver's license or a secondary one, or has he got more property than just this one?
Just that, those effects right there, and that's it.
1 second, pal.
But no other forms of identification. Things in his pocket.
You guys ran this information through our dispatch?
Through your guys' dispatch?
Couldn't the casino run his ID and see that it's a real ID? Wait, what? When you gamble and they ask for your ID, they'll put it into a machine that fucking scans your ID. And so I feel like I don't understand why they couldn't just scan this guy's ID and be like, no, that's real. Like, it's not a fake. Like, even bars have that. Not all bars, but like club bars that have bouncers. Like, they just scan your ID.
No.
Fakes can scan, though? Yeah, fakes can scan when you're 19 trying to fucking get into a bar and drink because you're a teenager. What fucking 45-year-old man is getting a fake so he could go to a casino, a fucking Peppermill casino? Like, what?
But after hours, comes back as that being who he says he is.
So he's saying he ran it, and it's we ran it, and it's saying he's not the guy that we trespassed, but it's weird because the AI's saying it isn't.
It's on his ID, but that's what we went off right there.
Yeah, and this is one of those things. You guys have this fancy software that does all this stuff, so it's like.
Officer, what's your name?
1 second, man.
A few months earlier, a man named Michael had been trespassed from the casino for...
They do look eerily similar. They do look eerily similar.
...sleeping on the premises.
All right, man.
Maybe, I don't know. Oh, they look so similar. Fuck.
So this is who you are?
There's probably a million people that look like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. Isn't there a type of face that you interact with on a daily basis that's like so common? And I'm not saying like, oh, you have a common face, but like, dude, old people, like an old white man wearing a hat. There's dude, you could think of a guy, like think of that face. There's probably a million people that look like that. Like side by side, you'd be like, are you twins?
On the premises.
All right, man. So this is who you are?
Yes. What, your Miss Jagger is your first name or last name?
Last name.
All right, Mr. Jagger. Yes, that is who I am. I drive the semis for UPS. I am not Mike. I don't know nothing about Mike. I'm a craps player here. Look, there's my socks for UPS. Can you please, you got a gun here. Will you please take me out of these cuffs? My shoulders are killing me.
You're going to sit there for a minute, man. So, when he gave you this information, did you guys verify it against an ID, or how does that work?
So in that report there's an ID on there as well, and we can show you that one.
Okay.
Jason, a long combination vehicle driver, had been playing craps until about 3 a.m. when he decided to leave the Pepper Mill and go to the Atlantis casino. On his way out, he stopped at a blackjack machine and started playing. There, he was approached by a security guard who addressed him as Mike. When Jason clarified that he was not Mike and presented the guard with his driver's license, the guard apologized and walked away.
Should have been it. Should have been it. Yo, are you Mike? No. Can I see your ID? Regular security's allowed to ask for your ID at a casino. Give him the ID. Oh, okay, sorry. Walks away.
However, as
how does it keep going?
Jason attempted to leave, he was surrounded by security guards and handcuffed. He was told that he was under arrest for trespassing.
Just need a break. My shoulders are killing me.
What do you think the actual Mike got trespassed for? Just being like belligerent, like getting too drunk at the casino?
So that's the ID that he presented.
Oh, it said sleeping? Sleeping? You get trespassed for falling asleep? I go to Atlantic City, and there are people that actually piss themselves at the slot machine and keep playing. But if you fall asleep, like a homeless guy?
Hey, look at the nose.
Yeah. Huh. Weird. Very weird. All right, let me snap a picture of that. I'll run both names.
The casino's AI facial recognition software positively identified.
Nah, actually, when you do look at it again, it's this guy's skull is wider.
Jason as Michael, the man they had trespassed.
Let me step out this way I get better reception.
Yeah. The only thing that was weird is that we'll have to, lift him up and see how tall he is.
Yeah.
It's
They didn't measure his height to see.
Because that says he's 5'9", and that says 6'1".
Yeah.
Oh my God. I mean, why did they even call the cops? I feel like that is 5'9" and 6'1". What? I'd be like, let's just measure me. The guy's 5'9". I'm not 5'9".
This isn't the only difference between Michael and Jason's IDs.
All right, now that I'm seeing both of their IDs, they look nothing alike. Like, these are clearly two different people. Oh my God.
Jason is listed as 7 years younger than Michael.
He has blue eyes. He's 7 years younger. He's fucking, 4 inches taller and 50 pounds more.
And says that he weighs 50 pounds more. As well, the signatures are different. In his report, Officer Jagger wrote, quote, "The associated demographics on each driver's license were fairly similar, with the only major distinction being hazel and blue eyes, which are by their very nature similar eye colors and are dependent upon lighting."
And the pictures are...
Imagine Jagger goes to the guy, he's like, "You get that leg lengthening surgery, boy? So you put on a few pounds, change your eye color. You're wearing fucking contacts, aren't you? I bet you fucking got that metal rod shoved in your fucking leg. That's why you're 6'1", just so you could come back to the Pepper Mill, eh?"
The nose...
You want to keep playing fucking craps? I bet your dumb ass wants to... I bet you have plans to fall asleep here again.
And then we have our...
Call you a little napper.
Our new system, our new facial recognition system, and that's what it's telling us. It's telling us that it's looking at it, and it's doing that. And then there was another one that came up when he was at the RTRK, which is one of our better cameras. This is right before we arrested him. We looked at it and said, that's him.
99.8%. Dude, from the imagery, it does look like him.
And it came up
100%. Okay.
100% match.
Yeah. So the software's saying it, that it's legit.
Right. And it's
so he
pretty damn accurate.
So either he presented a fake
AI from 2023. I feel like AI from 2023 was not that good.
A fake identification the first time, or he's presented.
When was like the Will Smith video where it was like he was eating spaghetti and it looked really bad?
And it now, even if
I feel like that was like 2022, 2023.
He had a twin, it wouldn't be 100.
Not 2020. AI did not exist. Like AI in the way that like AI generative video AI, that was not a thing in 2020.
100% on the facial, right?
I wouldn't think so, but I don't know because they say twins share DNA.
Facial recognition, not generative AI. Yeah, well, I'm just saying like the scaling of AI in general.
Right.
But
well,
like,
I guess it depends upon if they're identical.
I've seen identical twins where it's like moms can tell them apart.
Right.
So it's,
I mean, are these two people fucking stupid? He has an entirely different first and obviously different first name. He has an entirely different last name. Why are they saying they're fucking identical twins?
The thing that kind of made us feel suspicious, or us managers, was right after our officers made contact and they saw the ID that he's presenting today. And they're like, okay, it's not the same guy. He immediately gets up and starts cashing out, like running for the door. I'm like, okay, if it really wasn't him, why is he running for the door?
why is he getting ready to leave?
Jason.
Probably vibe killer. He was going to leave anyway, playing a little bit. That might be like a gambler sign to leave. Genuinely. You're at a casino, bro. People take signs to leave and gamble or stay or go to another table. Bro, like a dime could fall on the floor and they'd be like, that's a sign. I got to bet it all on 10. You know? Some shit. You know, the security guard walks up to him. Hey, man, what's your ID? I'm probably going to call it a night anyway.
And would later explain that earlier that
Fucking
night,
3 in the morning.
he played at the Legends Bay Casino, the Nugget Casino, and the El Dorado Casino before
Okay, this guy's a gambler. This guy went to 4 casinos in one day.
arriving at the Pepper Mill around 11:30 p.m. He
God damn.
claimed that each time he was up $200, he would move on to a new casino. And
Nah, that's a fucking strategy, though. Because it forces you to pull out. Like, you don't keep going. Wow.
just before his arrest,
So he's up $800.
he had made $200. He also estimated that prior to the 16th, he had gambled hundreds of times at the Pepper Mill without incident. After speaking with the Pepper Mill employee, Officer Jagger calls to check the police records.
Yo, I wish I had that mentality, bro. Because there's been so many times where I am up at a casino and I keep gambling and then I lose it all. Like, if you have a hard set, this guy has a hard set limit that he leaves. Wow. And then it's like a refresh, new area. If you lose it, all right, you're even, whatever. Versus like, dude, if I pull up with like $500, I'm not leaving unless I'm up like $2,000. Like, bro, because I'm like, yo, I'm not walking out of the casino up $100. If I come in with 5 and I'm up 100, what a lame ass fuck it. I leave the casino, yeah, really cashed out big today. Really ran them for their money. I profited 1/5 of what I came in with. I gotta be up double.
Curious situation. I'm trying to positively identify somebody who may or may have or may be using a fake ID. So I've got 2 names, 2 Nevada driver's license.
What's the most you've ever won? Online gambling or regular gambling? Most I've ever lost in a day, $2,000. Most I've ever won in a day, $2,500. I'm not like Aiden Ross, bro, or XQC. I'm not like going out there fucking throwing 100K on the table. I'll be up or down like $1,000.
Numbers and all that. If there's a chance.
You lost 8K to Jason. That doesn't count. That's not, bro, I'm saying casino gambling. Yes, okay, all time, yeah, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Ween. All right, fucking, yeah, we gotta always bring that up every other fucking day. Yes, I lost $8,000 to Jason the Ween. On a bet. It was a bet. It was gambling. Yes. Fine, sure. I lost $8,000.
So I could have you run both and see if any of them come back and maybe send me
And the YouTube video did terrible, so I didn't make the money back.
Pictures.
I did not make that money back.
In an email of what their IDs come back as?
Yep.
Huh. That is super weird. Do you see resemblance in those?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is.
But yeah, they're
Are you up or down all time? What a stupid question. Buddy, down. Down. Are you kidding me? I don't even know how much I'm down. Down. Surely. Fucking what the hell? If I go into a casino, if I gamble, there's like a 1 in 4 chance I'm going up. Like I'm leaving up. There's like a 1 in 2 I'll be up at any point, but then I'll keep gambling and lose it.
Yeah.
That's super weird. So I have a feeling these are both the same guy, but he has different IDs. That's crazy. Because their software here, they have this facial recognition software here at the Peppermill.
Why would he go through all of it? If he got trespassed for, like, cheating, I would get him having a fucking fake ID to, like, scan the system, go back into Peppermill, and keep gambling. Why the fuck would he get a fake ID so he could go gamble at a casino that he got kicked out of for fucking falling asleep? Why would anyone do that?
And he came back as a 100% match for the character who was previously trespassed.
Yeah,
So this is definitely a weird one. So I have a feeling he's somehow making some fake identification or something, but I mean, if you're pulling them up, then they're legitimate.
Yeah, they're both through the DMV at least. He's somehow able to get them.
Because it's two different people. Oh my God. Yo, these people should not be cops. Holy fuck. What? Yo, because they're two different people, bro. Yeah, dude, these are both two real IDs, both registered at the DMV. You can't fake that shit. If they're both at the DMV, bro, you have to fucking borderline do a blood sacrifice to get a fucking ID at a DMV. Are you kidding me? You go into a DMV, you need every fucking thing you've ever done in your entire life on a fucking pen and paper to hand that over so you can get a fucking ID.
This discovery that both Michael and Jason's IDs are legitimate, Officer Jagger calls his supervisor, once again explaining that the Peppermill's AI technology came back with a 100% match that Jason and Michael are the same person.
Then this guy that they have now detained presents a different ID with a different name, Jason Killinger, and that has a matching photo for him now. I mean, the photos are different photos, but they look like the same exact guy. The only difference is one has a chin goatee.
One has a chin goatee, bro. They look so different. In this, they look so different, bro. You think if you shave... Bro, this guy looks at least 15 years older. At least.
That both Michael...
But definitely super weird. So all of these driver's licenses are both valid. So either he is who he says he is, and he's not actually have ever actually trespassed, which I doubt because their software is pretty cool. And
Yo, this guy's got fucking money into AI stocks. This guy has money in AI stock. There's no way. There's no way. Yo, the AI is pretty cool, so you know it can't be wrong.
And the fact that he's acting super suspicious. Two.
How is he act? The entire conversation they had, he was like, I'm not that guy.
I just have a feeling somehow maybe he's got a hookup at the DMV where he's got two different driver's licenses that are registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles with different names and dates of birth. So, yeah.
Yo, he would be a criminal mastermind. If he had if he was able to register two different identities and have different photos of himself that he's using, like, bro, this guy would be doing other shit than fucking gambling at the Peppermill Casino.
Yes, I'll arrest him on that and then just list him as a John Doe and then have him booked in for a wins check. Alrighty, well, that solves that. So you guys got a...
Well, another job well done. Time to go watch Quebble Cop AI when I get home. Came out with a new Minecraft video.
And then we got the statement and all that good stuff.
Statement already done. Easy peasy. So right now, because I can't identify you, man, it's weird. Because essentially it looks like you have two names. I don't know, man.
He's laughing.
So, I can't identify you. Unfortunately, that means that they can't cite you.
Officer Jagger collects Jason's things, which includes his driver's license, a
casino chip,
player's card in the name Jason Killinger, and a debit card from his credit union in the name of Jason Killinger.
If you can't be cited, then you are arrested. So
all of his cards, all of his fucking debit cards and credit cards also have his actual name. Bro.
I'm arrested?
Yep. I'm going.
Yo, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Going to jail?
Yep.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not a joke.
And then what? He's gonna sit in jail. They're gonna fingerprint him. They're gonna be like, "Oh fuck, dude, you're right."
Man. So you'll be arrested and you'll get fingerprinted up at the jail, and then they'll be able to discern your identity and work the mix.
Oh my god, no, dude. I mean, he's a gambler, bro. He's got to be seeing money signs right now. I feel like I feel like he should be happy. He should be like, all right, yeah, let's go down there.
Up is with this stuff. I'll be 100% honest. Could legitimately be you have a doppelganger running around, but they are.
Nah, he's sitting down now. That's smirk. That's smirk.
Strikingly.
Oh my God, bro. He's like, I'm gonna call my lawyer. I gotta make sure I got his eye. Hold up. Do I have his contact still?
Similar, and enough. Their fancy AI technology that reads faces. No, it says it's a 100% match, but. At this point,
you know that technology, it's pretty cool, man. Let me tell you, they showed me it. It's pretty cool.
Hands are tied because, you know, a reasonable and prudent person would, based off the software, based off the pictures, based off of even your driver's license picture, make the reasonable conclusion that all three are the same.
I would get the cop doing this if this guy looked like somebody, like, who's a person that looks like no one else, like Danny DeVito. Like, if this was Danny DeVito, you know, 4'8", 85 years old, you know, like, just so recognizable, I'd go, okay, you know, I get this, him trusting the AI software. This guy could be a million other people.
In person.
Yeah, Shaq. 7 foot tall Shaq comes walking through the door.
It's two different IDs with two different
names.
names.
The back of the IDs, because I have all the endorsements except for motorcycle and hazmat.
Okay.
Other than that, I got all the endorsements.
But that's the thing is
his a CDL?
So that's the thing is it's either someone else is using your stuff or you're using somebody else's stuff, and unfortunately,
well, they're just two different people, and the AI is wrong. Oh my God.
You look too much like the guy in that picture, so much so that the fancy computer. I
guarantee you that, bro, that is a I literally see the PC. The PC running this AI right now. Maybe it's a different PC or something, chat, but like that is a desk piece. That is a desktop computer right now. It is laying on its side. That is some old fucking fart piece of shit.
It's all the face scanning of everybody who walks in this casino.
I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that is a fucking like a fucking 1060 in that goddamn computer.
Oh, I know. Makes the same determination that my feeble human brain does, so.
Okay. This guy wants to like fuck a robot or something. Like, what's going on here? My feeble human brain can't do what this fantastic, pretty cool AI could do.
Jason's ID is a Nevada Real ID driver's license. In order to obtain a Nevada Real ID driver's license, a person must present themselves at the DMV with proof of identity such as a birth certificate or a current U.S. passport.
Oh, what you would normally bring to a DMV?
Themselves at the DMV with
proof of identity. It's not even just a birth certificate, bro. You have to pull up to the DMV with like previous bills. Your social security number, your fucking birth certificate, your original birth certificate. You have to show up with like fucking everything.
Of identity such as a birth certificate or a current U.S. passport or U.S. passport card, a social security card, and 2 documents proving Nevada residence.
I can't believe I'm going for this. All I want to do is play some goddamn dice and make some money.
Yeah.
If I got a check stub from my work.
Check stub?
Yeah, would that prove it to you guys?
Honestly, man,
no.
The only way is, can you get your fingerprint?
Later, Jason would reveal that along with a check stub in his vehicle, he also had a current vehicle registration for his car in his name, a Department of Transportation medical card, a Teamsters Local 533 union card, and a valid vehicle insurance card.
This guy had more than the average person does, proving he's him. Like, bro, they're treating him like he's some teenager that doesn't have a license, has never held a job, and is just like broken into a building, and they just don't know who this person is.
In his name. Officer Jagger's police report would later state that, quote, due to John Doe having conflicting identification, he lacked satisfactory evidence to reasonably assure me that he was who he claimed to be.
It's not me. I don't know what the
Yeah, it's one of those, like I said, man, if it turns out that it's not you, it's one of those ones you can call the director and be like, hey, man, your software is made it a critical error.
Yeah, you can leave a bad review on Yelp.
This is what my tax dollars are paying for?
It's not built for comfort.
What the dude?
It's not built for comfort, pal. Very sorry.
Before he leaves, another officer arrives at the casino, and Officer Jagger takes the opportunity to once again explain the situation.
It's super weird. This poor guy might be like legitimately somebody else, and something else. I don't know. It's weird call.
Soon, Officer Jagger begins the drive to the Washoe County Detention Facility.
I'll be honest, I don't know what to think, because usually those systems are pretty good. Like, we've used those systems in the past to catch homicide suspects.
It would be really funny if Jason just started like maniacally laughing in the back seat.
So
and he just doesn't respond.
Like, they're fairly reliable, so if it comes back, you know, one angle on your face, it was 99%. The other one was 100%.
Is that right?
Yeah, so it's like, it says that you're that guy.
Well, unless I've gone crazy, I'm pretty sure it's not me.
Yeah. You seem like a stand-up guy, and it's probably a really terrible case of mistaken identity.
I can't believe I've been arrested. I've never been arrested. Never. Not once. What the good is the ID then? Why do I even carry that mother?
Valid.
That one young security guard, man, like a robot. That's what pisses me off.
Yeah. The kid that was wearing the red jacket and he looked like he was like 20.
Office, because they don't think, you know. It's like, well, this is what I was taught. Use your head. And then people aren't smart enough to think for themselves. They're just not.
Fortunately, it's the world we live in.
Dude, he's like such a nice guy, too.
If all goes well, you should be out of those cuffs in the next, hopefully, 8 to 10 minutes. Okay, good.
All right, imagine plot twist, though. They're like, all right, let's get you fingerprinted. He burned all his fingerprints off.
Because
I would immediately switch sides. I'd be like, wait, what?
all it looks like me was sleeping
Maybe he is counting the system.
in the casino. It's not me.
Despite Jason's continued protests, Officer Jagger hands him off to the jail staff. Jason's fingerprints were soon submitted for analysis.
Best of luck, man.
Best of luck.
Sorry.
One count? That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need 35 cops here.
That's weird.
It's super weird. So it's one of those ones, like, I genuinely, like, I kind of believe him.
Yeah.
It wasn't long before the fingerprint analysis conclusively established that Jason had been telling the truth all along, and he was in fact Jason Killinger. Later that same day, around 4 p.m., Jason was released from the jail on...
Imagine he's walking out. He's like, oh, maybe I wasn't lying that it was me. Oh, interesting. Oh, the fingerprints. Oh, the pretty fancy AI.
His own recognizance. The day after his release on September 18, 2023, he went to renowned urgent care Vista, where he was diagnosed with a strain of both the right and left shoulder.
Oh, he got injured too? Clutch.
And contusions on both wrists. On July 30th, 2025, Jason...
He pulls up to court wearing a neck brace. Just fucking really leans into it.
Filed a complaint.
Oh, dude, the handcuffs.
In federal court
started banging my head on the wall. I couldn't move.
Against Reno police officer Richard Jagger. While at the jail and after his identity had been confirmed, his arrest papers were changed from John Doe to Jason Killinger. The federal complaint states that this meant Jason would be prosecuted for trespassing, even though Michael had been the only one who was trespassed. According to the complaint, Jason's charge of trespassing was eventually dismissed.
Oh, I was going to say, what? They're kicking him out for looking like another guy?
However,
he's actually getting trespassed?
Now has a criminal record.
He actually, that stays on his criminal record? Bro, he had to have sued for so much money. He had to have sued for so much money.
According to the complaint, facial recognition technology has led to wrongful arrests in Louisiana, New Jersey, Maryland, and Texas. Many cities now conclude that for an arrest, there has to be some kind of secondary corroborating evidence that is unrelated before there can be sufficient justification to arrest. Jason Killinger's case remains ongoing. If you'd like...
Damn, should I start, like, making myself look like other people and just, like, really suspiciously wander around in Atlantic City? Just go to casinos, just, like, until a security guard walks up to me. Sir, are you Jonathan? No. Yeah, you are. No, I'm not. With a trench coat on? No, that'd be scary. Wait, I want to look this up. It's going to be like an undisclosed amount. I hate when they do that. I hate when it's like this person sued and then it's like, oh, we don't know how much money he got. Lame. Lame. How much money do you think he would actually get from that? Bro, I feel like it'd be possible to debunk UFO events.
Let's start with the ones that are incredibly difficult to debunk and work our way towards the ones that are impossible. Number 5, the Tic Tac UFO. In April of 2020, the US government released these videos showing a pill-shaped UAP speeding above the ocean near San Diego, California. Not only was this criminal breaking the law by speeding, they were also flying completely recklessly. It went
Okay, well, before we even fucking get into this, we have to recognize that UFO doesn't mean alien. It just means unidentified flying object. Could be actually anything.
From high
I've seen this video. I feel like this is the most known video too, where it's just a black and white image of something just darting across the sky. I'm not saying it misread anything. It is obviously a real video, but it's not definitively an alien. And this is coming from somebody that believes in aliens. I believe aliens exist. I don't know if this is a video of an alien, though.
Speeds to a complete stop, hovered in place, then instantly accelerated faster than any known jet in existence, dropping from 80,000 feet to sea level within a second. As you can tell, the quality is absolutely terrible.
80,000 feet to 0 in a second? You guys think that's an alien? I don't know. Part of me is like, could this machinery have fucked up in some way? But multiple people are saying that they read this on different machines. But, like, what the fuck is it? Like, I don't know. Part of me thinks that if it is a UFO, it's not actually an alien in a flying saucer moving around. It's like, I think if when we interact with aliens, like hyper, like, intelligent aliens, I think it'll just be like a robot. You know what I mean? Like a drone. Because that makes a hell of a lot more sense than the alien itself being in the ship.
Terrible, but don't worry.
How do you believe in aliens but not ghosts? In the least disrespectful way, I feel like that's a stupid question. How do I believe in aliens but not ghosts? Ghosts are supernatural, speculative, spiritual beings. Whereas aliens would be biological evolutionary organisms that are akin to us in just a different planet on a different timeline. Like, what ghosts take more of a jump than aliens? It's technically more likely by what we know that aliens exist than ghosts, by far. Explain the paranormal, then? Human failure to recognize... What do you mean explain the paranormal? It's not real. I'm not definitively saying ghosts don't exist or the paranormal isn't real, but that's the response. Explain paranormal. The paranormal isn't paranormal. It's something else every time that somebody believes is this. And then the counter response is, really? Every single ghost Yes. We just watched a video on fear and how your brain makes up shit biologically in the dark, which is every time where paranormal shit happens. Why do ghosts why do ghosts 99% of the time only come out at night when it's dark out in places that already look scary? I'm not saying ghosts don't exist. I'm saying aliens definitely do. Now, I'm not saying hyper-intelligent aliens, but the shit that creates life in the universe is common as fuck. Amino acids, like all these things that create DNA chains. Yes, that takes millions, billions of years to create, and there has to be the exact right, Goldilocks zone on a planet and things for all these, materials to collide and create life. But single-celled organisms are not rare. Multicellular organisms are. Hyper-intelligent organisms are even more rare. I'm not saying aliens. I'm saying aliens in the effect of, like, bacteria definitely exist on other planets. Ghosts, on the other hand, I don't know. And part of the reason I don't believe in that is because when I think I die, it's just lights out. So I would have to believe in something either spiritual or religious to believe in ghosts. and I don't.
My $600 computer and my state of the
What did that say? What are your thoughts on religious people, Joe? Talked about that a million times. I respect any religion. I'm as right as you on our thoughts of whether or not God, the universe, anything was created in what way or not. Because faith is the strong belief in God or the doctrines of a religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof, which is basically saying that it's objectively subjective, which that one guy really got mad at me that I said, because that's combating things, but you have to look at what I mean by that. Religion is an objective truth to an individual, but subjective to a majority. What you believe religiously is 100% true for you as what I believe for me, right? They're both subjective, and that's subjectivity in general. It's an opinion, but it's a very, 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 very strong opinion. And so that's why I say objective subjectivity. But I still respect any religion. I just don't believe in said religion. I have said some choice words about Scientology, but I also think that's a cult that fiends money out of people for manipulative reasons. So that's my own take on that. I actually did have a Scientology viewer that emailed me a very angry email when I said that too. So I still respect your beliefs, but I really do prompt you to look into the origin of your belief set, and why they kind of shield a lot of things with money walls. YH for the sub.
Our technology. I will be converting this terrible video into 4K resolution for the first time in history. Don't thank me. It's the least I could do. Now, the reason why this UAP sighting can't be debunked is simply because there isn't any known craft that can perform these maneuvers. But it gets even crazier.
Okay, it can't be debunked in that it's something else. It isn't a UFO. It's not a plane, right?
The craft didn't release any heat while flying, which would be expected from any conventional propulsion system. Then, of course, the obvious, its shape. The craft didn't have wings, rotors, exhaust, and clearly no aesthetics. Yuck. The US government has confirmed that it has no explanation for what the craft is, how it moves, or where it comes from. So you're probably thinking, how can this sighting sit at the top of the list when there's actual video proof? Well, after years of being lied to, it's hard to believe anything the government tells us. It's not my fault that I ended up this way. It's theirs. Number 4, the Washington Flap. In July of 1952, Washington National Airport and Andrews Air Force Base detected fast-moving objects in the sky performing impossible maneuvers. The operators moved in to investigate. What they saw left them in shambles. The flying objects were seen hovering in place and instantly darting off in random directions. They made quick turns, sudden stops, vanished and reappeared unpredictably. But get this,
I saw that shit in the sky when I was drunk one time. I laid on the asphalt and stared at the sky, and there was this really fucking bright light that would just dart around. And did I see an alien? I don't know. I remember actively though, I was with my friend, and I said, if you're an alien, come closer. And the light got 5 times brighter. And that I don't know if it was a psychosis of we both saw the same thing, but both of us actively recoiled because it was instantaneous. I was like, if this is an alien, get brighter, and come closer, and it got so bright and then just disappeared. It was so weird. And I can't explain it. That, and then the only ghost story I can't explain is the one at the Airbnb, where I heard something jumping on the bed, and there was pitter patter and wine in the sink, and I didn't have wine at the air. It was really weird. That. If anything, that was a ghost. But just because I can't explain it doesn't mean it was a ghost. Is more what I'm saying. Similar to the UFO shit. And I don't care if somebody's like, this is my ghost story. You don't believe in ghosts. What about all these stories? Fuck your story. It's your account. I can't hedge my entire opinion on whether or not supernatural beings exist off of a fucking story somebody told me when they were 8 about how they saw a fucking old man staring at them when they were asleep. You had sleep paralysis. That's the thing. It's I can't, and it doesn't matter how many stories there are. It's I haven't experienced that. So I can't fucking say I believe that. Yeah, it's all hearsay. It's all secondhand accounts. I'm not going to do that.
UAPs weren't just flying in random locations in the sky. They were flying directly over restricted airspace, directly over the White House and the surrounding Capitol buildings. This was a clear message. So naturally, the US sent fighter jets to confront the mysterious crafts. But they were easily outmaneuvered, disappearing when they approached and reappearing when the jets flew past them. Obviously, the UAPs knew they could never win in a fair head-to-head matchup. But here's where things get interesting. A Coast Guard officer managed to photograph these mysterious crafts. To this day, this photograph has never been debunked and remains unresolved.
It is weird. It is weird.
Been debunked and
is it a UFO? Yeah. Is it an alien? I don't know.
Remains unresolved. The scariest part of all this is that these objects didn't just show up for one night. They flew over Washington, D.C. for 4 nights and were seen by thousands of people. In the coming days, countless newspapers printed thousands of articles exposing the event to the rest of the country. And as you can imagine,
this is 1952. When was Area 51 and like the B-52 bomber and all those created? Because that's why a lot of people thought they saw UFOs around Area 51, is because all those planes look drastically different from the planes we know and knew about prior to. And so when you look at it, it looks like a UFO.
The general public didn't take the
somebody redeemed headset that. Bother Jack and YH for the sub.
News well. It triggered a mass wave of fear, panic, and public anxiety. With public pressure growing, the CIA was forced to release a statement. The UFOs were an illusion produced by temperature inversion. As anxiety resumed, the government pivoted and simply reassured the public that the sightings were not hostile and did not represent a threat. Finally, an explanation they could understand. On the heels of that good news, people moved on, releasing countless books and films to profit from the event. Number 3, the Phoenix Lights. On March 13th,
That's just a B-52 bomber, bro. Like, word for word, that just looks... I know that's the lights. We're going to get into the lights. I haven't even heard the story yet. That just looks like a fucking bomber. That looks like a plane.
Lights. On March 13th, 1997, up to 20,000 people across Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico saw something in the sky that night that forever changed their lives.
When?
1997, up to 20,000 people across Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico saw something in the sky that night that forever changed their lives. Around 7:30 p.m., a large V-shaped craft appeared flying overhead at low altitude. It had 5 to 7 bright round lights along its base and flew
It's B-52, not B-2. I said B-52.
Completely silent. Witnesses claimed the craft was enormous, spanning around a mile in length. Some even described that it felt like a
oh, it's B-2.
Floating city was flying overhead.
Sorry.
For perspective, the largest known craft today has a wingspan of around 385 feet, or 117 meters, which means this craft would have been around 14 times larger than the largest craft on Earth. Later, while speaking to the news, some even claimed that the craft flew so low that night that they could have hit it with...
They interview the worst people, though, bro. They interview the worst people whenever it's UFO shit. So what'd you see? Oh, well, actually, I saw a UFO when I came outside of the 7-Eleven, and it was just signing... It was over the... it was over the mountains right over there. It was like big, bright light. Fucking dude, like I looked at people that I've never seen before in my entire life. I'm like, you fucking just interview like a rant. Like, who are we pulling off the side of the street to fucking get an interview here of what they saw?
The ball, which we can all agree is a weird time to show off. The craft flew from Nevada and into Mexico before it disappeared into the sky around 10 p.m. After the event, many Air Force pilots, including the governor of Arizona...
I live near an air base and I see a B-2 at night. Looks like something, an alien at night. Even when you know what it is. Bro, that's the shit with like Starlink. A lot of people do that. I think it's less now because most people know about it. But there was like a long time where people were like tweeting out like, damn, I just saw aliens. It was just Starlink satellites.
Came out and said that they had never seen or heard of any aircraft like the one they saw on that night. Despite tremendous pressure, the U.S.
Why are most UFO sightings in the USA? No, there's more UFO sightings that people hear and talk about. You just hear about the ones in the USA.
Government never issued an official statement about what flew through the sky that night. To this day, the event remains one of the greatest UAP mysteries in history. Number 2, the Belgian UFO wave. Typically, when UFO or UAP sightings occur, it's usually followed by intense cover-ups, threats, and misinformation. You just have to take a look at the Roswell incident, the Westall UFO encounter, the Hudson Valley UFO wave, and the US CSS Nostromo incident to see this pattern.
There was big like government cover-ups of those UFO sightings? Really?
But the Belgian UFO wave is one of the most interesting UFO encounters in history for a very unique reason. You see, the Belgian government was the first in history to be completely transparent, working hand in hand with citizens in an attempt to uncover the truth. From 1989 through 1990, there were over 13,500 reported UFO sightings across the country, with thousands of those leads.
I'm surprised in 1989. Do you think the US went over there? I truly believe that if there was like on the news a country that just said outwardly, like say a random, something not in NATO. What's like a country not in NATO where a UFO would land that would like outwardly broadcast that? Sweden? Yes. Is Sweden in? Sweden's not in NATO. Sweden's been a member of NATO for the last like year. Okay. Say a country not in NATO, because they would just tell everybody in NATO first. But say a country not in NATO, like, outwardly went on their news and they were like, here's a UFO, and put, like, images of it. You know that second from a fucking aircraft carrier or warehouse somewhere in the middle of nowhere, there is a jet plane flying right to that area to go check that shit out from the United States. Like, I'm telling you, the U.S. government would immediately be like, yeah, we're going to intrude on this. We're gonna stick our foot in this door real quick. No question. Like, if they wouldn't even ask, they would just be like, yeah, we're just going to go. I think so many countries would. I think Russia would. I think China would. I think so many countries. If there was like a confirmed UFO that some country was reporting on, immediately, bro, every fucking major power in the world would be like, I'm going there right now.
Being officially documented by the Belgian government. Information that was gathered was quickly shared with the general public in hopes of finding out who or what exactly was flying over the restricted airspace. Obviously, there are way too many UFO sightings to cover here, so I'll just talk about their largest and most famous sighting, the Eupen sighting. On November 29th, 1989, around 5:30 p.m., 2 Belgian police officers were on patrol on the outskirts of Eupen when out of nowhere, a giant triangle craft appeared in the sky flying overhead at low altitude. The craft had bright circular lights underneath each corner, with a red light in the center, and it flew completely silently. The 2 officers followed the craft as it slowly worked its way into town. Once it arrived, it hovered above Eupen for about 45 minutes before it once again began to move. It slowly flew towards a nearby remote lake, where it hovered in place for around an hour before disappearing past the forest and
nobody shot at that shit one time. If that shit was in Texas, bro, I'd say give it 5 minutes. Somebody pulls out a fucking rifle and tries to shoot that shit down. Like, somebody tries to shoot that shit down. It's not in America, bro, the cops. You tell me nobody has a gun, they're like, yeah, I'm not going to fucking shoot it. I would shoot at that. I'd throw a rock at it, see what the fuck's up. I throw a rock at it, it instantly pulverizes me to like fucking burnt ash. It's just like, I'm like mid-wind back. The rock's not even out of my hand yet. Just instantly, I just get zapped into, I don't even exist. I just vaporized, missed.
To the horizon. But here's where things get even creepier. Back in town, a second similar craft appeared, seemingly following the same path as the first, before vanishing past the forest as well. Sightings like this one were not rare and occurred hundreds,
bro, I wish I saw that shit,
if not thousands of times within the span of a year. But towards the end of 1990, the sightings began to slow significantly. The conclusion the government reached after thousands of reports and hundreds of investigations was that whatever these crafts were, they were unlike anything known to exist. To this day, the government still wants answers about what exactly they all saw. Number 1, the aerial school encounter. This is easily one of the most interesting, scary, and most bizarre encounters I've ever read about. On September 16th, 1994, in Rua, Zimbabwe, around 250 children were outside playing.
Why are there like all of these in the 90s? Why is every single one of these in the 90s? that does make sense that they would be around the same time, like an alien passing by, but still.
During morning recess, while the adults were...
Why does nobody take any photos of these? That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson and a bunch of other people say that, like, are prominent astrophysicists. They'll go, it's the 21st century. Why is nobody taking out their fucking phone that can film in 4K and record it?
Inside having a faculty meeting. Little did anyone know that on that day, these children's lives would never be the same. Multiple silver crafts instantly appeared in the sky right above them. For a few moments, the crafts faded and reappeared in different locations before descending into a nearby field beyond the playground. As many of the children ran into the school in complete fear, others decided to walk towards the landing site as it was just beyond the school grounds. As they arrived, many of the children were instantly traumatized by what they saw. Laying in the field was an oval flying saucer that was about the size of a small bus. But that wasn't all. Standing next to and on top of the craft were two gray aliens around 3 feet tall, with large black eyes and small mouths. Both were wearing skin-tight black suits. The one on top of the ship was walking around as if it were inspecting the craft, while the other was standing beside it, staring directly at the children. This is when the alien on the floor began to slowly approach them, before disappearing and returning back.
Bro, I can't believe. Is it possible? Yes. But the idea that an alien from another solar system or galaxy would even within our own galaxy, outside of it, would be a bipedal creature with 2 arms, 2 eyes, and functionally look the same. Yeah, it's 3 feet tall with big black eyes. It's walking on 2 feet. Get the fuck out of here. It evolved in the same exact way we did. Like, you know how random our evolution was? Like, it's not, no.
To its starting position.
Yeah, breathing oxygen, carbon-based life, that's not insane.
It did this multiple times. Some children described it as if time itself was repeating, bending, or standing still. This is when many of the children received the exact same message telepathically. The aliens seemed frustrated, warning them that humans were the ones to blame for destroying the planet. Some of the children received the message with visions of the planet being destroyed, while others just felt an overwhelming sadness and a sense of urgency over the well-being of the planet. A few moments later, the aliens and the aircraft instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the children who had stormed into the school were still attempting to convince the adults of what had happened. Of course, they all believed the kids were playing a prank.
Oh, only children saw this. No adults saw, only children on a playground saw this. There weren't any other adults outside.
But once the rest of the kids arrived, it was obvious that whatever they saw left them traumatized, shaken, and in shock. Seeing this, the principal instructed all of the kids to draw what they saw. These are those drawings.
Bro, my God. We need a fucking Leonardo da Vinci in this class, bro. Come on. What the hell is that? That's just a flying saucer.
These are those drawings.
Amy Horn, I saw an oval shape. It was silver. The reason I don't believe this is because the idea of a UFO and the flying saucer is actually like misinformation of a misreading of an account from a pilot from like 40 years ago. So flying saucers aren't actual depictions of UFOs. It's literally a misinformation that was spread over time. Like I gotta look this up. How was the UFO created? Kenneth Arnold described seeing strange, fast-moving objects later in the event's 1947 Roswell incident. He said they moved like saucers if you skip them across the water. He didn't say they were flying saucers. He said they skipped like a saucer would. I gotta Google this. Did Kenneth Arnold say flying saucers? He didn't say they were shaped like saucers. He said they moved like a saucer, and the description was misinterpreted to coin the term flying saucer. He later said the objects may have been saucer or pie-shaped, but his description was actually about their motion. So now they're all seeing gray flying saucers, bro. Like, I don't know. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That shit's fake. That I don't care if all the kids drew the same thing, bro. That's what they saw. That's what they saw. That is like a corny ass depiction of an alien. Bro, I would be more agreeable that those aren't alien. Like, if this were real, I would be more agreeable that these are like hyper-evolved late-stage humans than aliens. Like, these are humans from 80,000 years, 100,000, a million years from now, where they've evolved so differently and they came back in time, and that's who we're speaking to. More so than these are aliens themselves. Okay, whoever, this kid needs to get an F in art class, because that is just a person.
Obviously, this is the only drawing that can't be trusted. As you can tell, the majority of the drawings are strikingly similar, while those who approached the landing site drew the same two aliens and ship. Keep in mind that many of the children were in different classes, as their ages ranged from 6 to 12 years old. After the incident, many of the students took weeks off from school to recover from what they had witnessed that day. Some never returned. To this day, over 30 years later, all of those children, now adults, still stand by their statements and what they—
Really? See, now that's more telling. That now that they're 35, they're still like, nah, I saw that shit.
witnessed that day. Not a single one of them has ever came out and said that this was a hoax or an elaborate prank of any kind.
Really? No, that's weird. None of them. Not one of them was like, this shit's fake. There was a gas leak? I don't know, bro. That's just so... Like, whenever the... Donut Mom. Another terrible TikTok mother.
Alexandria Sobel, better known as Donut Mom, would gain that title in 2023 when she would go viral for feeding her 1-year-old nothing but a couple of donuts and some applesauce for breakfast.
Donuts and applesauce for breakfast? Have you guys ever had, like, just shit food for breakfast? When I was a kid, there would be once a month, my mom would let me eat, like, you know, muffins or something, and that would be like my only breakfast. Bro, do you guys remember Little Bites? That just fucking brought back a memory for me. Wow. That just brought back a fucking memory. Do you guys still eat these? God, I haven't had these in so long. Little Bites. You get like 5 in a pack. Dude, you would sometimes get like I remember the brownie ones were the best. There would be like a rare occasion where you would get one more than you were supposed to. And there would be a rare occasion where you would get one less. And that was like, that showed how your day was going. Oh my God, dude, they're so good. They're so good. Little Bites. They had the blueberry ones, the confetti cake. Oh, that would be like the snack time special. Plate my 1-year-old's breakfast with me. You opening the fucking, like, why are we filming this? Why are we filming this? For money? Plate my 1-year-old's breakfast with me. You're just taking donuts out of a bag and putting them on a plate. What the fuck am I watching? And why is she moving so slow? She's just staring at the camera. You would do the same if you had kids? No, I wouldn't be feeding them donuts for breakfast. Bro, what am I watching right now? Why is she mushing them up? What is she fucking doing? Yeah. And the look at the camera like, ta-da. Like you just showed me a fucking magic trick. You just got Mott's applesauce and fucking 3 cut up donuts.
This post would spark fierce criticism from the wider internet, especially after discovering more of her content. The more you watch, the more you be.
Bro, I've seen her do. I feel like I showed one of her videos to chat like a month ago, bro. And she was making some gruel. It was disgusting. Like, and it was like, dude, so many people go to her and they're like, you know, she's like a single mom, or I don't know if she's a single mom, but she's a mom. She's trying to prep food for her family, you know, give her a break. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. But most shit meals that you could prepare health-wise have the same prep time as something that's not unhealthy.
Begin to realize just how bad things
Every meal, bro, you got to start. No, he'll probably show some of the meals.
are. There are heaps of clothes and junk around the house, bits of rotten food and slop scattered around the kitchen, and of course, the various insects that come with that. People were also critical of Alex's attitude. They felt that she couldn't care less about her children's meals, and it's pretty easy to see how they thought that.
Bro, why is she filming this? Like, genuinely. Plate lunch for my 8 and 5-year-old with me. But like, why, what type of content consumption, who the fuck's watching this? It's satire? No, I think she wants money from it, and she knows that it's like, it does rage bait her audience. But I don't think it's satire in the sense that, I mean, bro, I feel like she's probably eating like shit and feeding her kids like shit. I mean...
videos, she is a self-described lazy mom, cooking for the undeserving.
Oh, see, like, what the fuck is this? You're not mixing in, we're not mixing in. This is just like, you're a terrible cook. I don't know if this is laziness or just like, bro, 2 packets of, is that 2 packets of beef and then turkey? And now you're just dousing it in ketchup. Bro, this is disgusting. Like, And, bro, you know what really shows it? How fucking dirty this stovetop is. Like, no cleanliness. Bro, wipe it down. What are we fucking doing? No gloves either. I mean, dude, if I'm meal prepping for myself, I don't think that's the problem. I don't think her not having gloves is an issue. If I'm meal prepping for myself and I have to, like, mince up stuff or, like, mix up chicken, I'll just wash my hands, you know? Wash your hands before. Like, you're not at a restaurant. It's different.
Bella, bring it to the whole pack. Bella. Oh, I was talking to Brooklyn for a second.
I'm recording.
I'm recording my TikTok. Hold up, I'm making a video of our dinner. Wow.
People were also extremely critical of the amount that she was feeding her children, along with some of the stuff they were being fed. Alex has posted many videos returning home with stacks on stacks of pizzas or bags full of Mexican food.
Bro, a vivid memory I have is we used to have, dude, and it's real. If your kid's fat, it's the parent's fault. I've said that a million times. I'll say it a million more. But a vivid memory I have is when I was in elementary school. We had, like, Pizza Fridays, and each kid had to order before. It wasn't like, it was different than going in line and just, like, grabbing however many slices you wanted. You had to, like, predetermine how much you wanted. Like, your parents had to pay for the pizza prior. And so I would always get like a slice or two. There would be this one kid that was in kindergarten, and he was, like, morbidly obese. Like, I'm in my brain, I'm remembering what this kid looked like, and he was so big. And he would get, like, 4 slices of pizza, And I remember my gym teacher would, because he had to get the 4 slices because she paid, he would run around and he would go in multiple pizza boxes and find the 4 smallest slices to give to this kid. And I was like, wow, he's trying to he's trying to mend the situation better. Like when I saw, looking back at that, I'm like, damn, that gym teacher was a good guy. You know, like he was trying to fucking help that kid out.
Kids don't get pizza very often, so.
I mean, this is the second one I've seen in the video. Plate for my 7 and 5-year-old with me as a
Figured
single
I'd do a
mom.
fun treat and give them some pizza. Give them a break from all the home cooking.
I mean, bro, the home cooking's also fucking terrible for you. You're making just potatoes and beef. Like, where's vegetables?
I also always have to make sure they have fresh fruit.
That's not fresh fruit. That's literally sugar. That's sugar fruit in a cup. What? Fresh fruit? Fresh fruit is like you go to the fucking grocery store and buy. Bro, you're literally unboxing like shelf-stable fruit cups that you could wait 5 years to eat them.
Times a day. It's just important to me.
Bro. Like, I'd eat those, but that's like a snack. That's not, I'm getting my daily servings of fruit from that.
I give them some farm fresh oranges.
Farm fresh oranges? She's got to be rage baiting, bro. There's no farm. I'm giving them some farm fresh oranges. Are you serious?
That's their food. 7-year-old, 5-year-old. Okay.
What is that? What is that? Was that ice cream? Pizza and ice cream, fucking Dr. Pepper root beer floats. We're getting fucking Dr. Pepper floats every night. Ah, damn, this is dinner. 2 pieces of pizza, fruit cup, and then ice cream and soda. This is dinner?
But I don't have a drink, right? I'm working on it, baby.
Oh my God.
I know y'all are gonna come for me, but...
Well, no, I will say, when I was a kid, I ate ice cream a lot. I remember, like, middle school, high school, too. Not even just when I was, like, a kid in elementary school. I used to eat probably, like, 3 fucking scoops of ice cream every night.
They're having water, too. I just thought they've never really had one of these, and this would be a fun treat, so...
I think if you're doing this once a week, that's not bad. Can I have that take? I think if this is like, hey, it's Sunday, you know, like, oh, we're going to make, this is going to be like our son, like once a week's whatever. But the way she talks about it, where she's like, I always make sure they have their fresh fruit, makes me feel like this is like a regular day. Like this is not Friday night. Yeah, this isn't a Friday night where you're like going to Applebee's or something and you get a fucking dessert.
A Dr. Pepper float. But they will also have a cup of water with ice.
With ice.
So, there's their dinner. Have a good night. That was their first time having a float of any sort, and they liked them. But that's definitely not an all-the-time thing because they're not super into sweets. So, have a good night.
Alex likes to claim that these are isolated events, that them getting pizza or fast food isn't a regular thing, but there are an unbelievable amount of
I mean, that's just like Thanksgiving meals, but it's like canned green beans.
videos where she does this, and clearly states in her text that this is for her 3 kids.
Kids don't get pizza very often.
5-minute dinner.
Look at this perfect pizza.
It's burnt.
Pizza. Perfectly crispy and gooey. Kids don't get pizza very often. We got pizza.
Well, I'm sorry, bro. I just think it's because she's unhealthy as fuck. Like, I think her kids eat like shit because she eats like shit. Your kids basically eat what you eat as they age. You know, once your kid's not like 5, I mean, even if their kid's 5, they just eat like smaller portions of what you eat a lot of the time. When they're a real infant, you know, they're eating baby food and other stuff, but like they effectively just eat what you eat. Like, what, you're not going to meal prep multiple different things. They just eat the stuff you eat in smaller portions. Maybe fractionally different things because kids are picky, but... Bro, they got fucking... I'm sorry, man. You got 4 boxes of fucking pizza?
And that's what we got for dinner. Love you guys.
Kids don't get pizza very often.
Got Mexican food. My son got steak tacos.
Dude, your fucking 6-year-old kid's eating all of that?
So, 8-year-old's plate, because I'm not wasting a plate. Why would I do that? I also got him a side of rice. And he put
a side of rice?
Salsa on his taco, so I'm going to give him the salsa that came with the chips. We got chips, a side of rice and beans for me, a side of rice and beans for someone. Second bag secured. Probably goes with my boyfriend's because I don't eat that. This is my boyfriend's.
Hey, why are you making so much that?
This is mine. Cheese dip. That might actually be my, that's, I think this is my 5-year-old's taco. I think this is my 6-year-old's taco. I'm all over the place today.
And then there is the absolutely vile state of the kitchen stove. Alex seems to have a big problem with cleaning, especially when it comes to the dishes or the stove. She'll clean every once in a while, but it's usually after...
Bro, what is that? What is that? Is that like a jar of mayonnaise? No. It's too liquidy.
After a lot of criticism. Also after the kitchen had just gotten completely filthy, maybe even worse than Nova's.
Alfredo. Lazy dinner with a tired mom of 3. Are they always just a lazy dinner? And I understand she's a single mom, bro. I was raised by a single mom that had a fucking balance working like 50, 60 hours a fucking week and raising me, you know? And every meal I had wasn't great, but better than this, you know? I would eat... There would be a lot of the time, like most vegetables I ate were like canned. If I'm like really thinking about it, so it was just, you know, less time consuming. Like most of the I would eat canned peas, canned green beans, like a lot. But I would still eat like portions that I needed to. You know what I'm saying? Like I wasn't overeating. I was still getting fruit, vegetables, meat. Like it wasn't just, we're going to eat chicken tenders for dinner every night. Like, my thing is, bro, if you ain't ready to, like, realize you're going to cook for all, like, don't have a kid, you know?
What? Oh! Yeah.
I also gotta say, I just know this shit tastes fucking terrible. She's seasoning it as it's being cooked. You're supposed to, like, marinate or season things prior to cooking them. I don't think it's bad to throw, like, a little extra, like, while you're cooking. Especially if you're doing, like, some sort of, like, you know, soups or whatever. You gotta fucking, you know, put it season to taste. But if I'm, like, making food, I'm seasoning it before I fucking cook it.
Candy. Lollipop.
There's no love in this food? Bro, there's no love. There's no care. It's not dude, the fucking bottom half is unseasoned. She's not mixing it. She's just dousing the fucking chicken with seasoning on top of it and then just leaving it.
Uh-huh.
Was that 2 sticks of butter?
Not right now, baby.
What is she making? It's like mash.
Honestly, this isn't even the worst of it. In a recent photo that Alex posted, there were so many dishes in the picture that people have begun to speculate that instead of washing dishes, she has been buying new ones and calling them
No, like just leaving them there.
clean. It's just a theory, but there are an abnormal amount of dishes in that home. And sometimes they look like they're covered in maggots. A hot topic of discussion amongst Donut Mom detractors is the maggot fork, a photo of a fork which many have assumed to be covered in maggots. Once again, something that can't be confirmed, but the state of that kitchen is absolutely
Or like, bro, it's even as simple as just like buying the right, like, bro, get protein pasta. You know what I mean? Get like whole grain pasta, not this bullshit that's fucking, you know, a million ingredients, bad for you. Just straight up carbs and fats. That costs money. Bro, you realize like whole grain pasta in general, the difference between pasta prices is minimal. Like for dried, shelf-stable pasta. Bro, what is she making? Oh. Fortnite soup. Like, just the way that I'm seeing it is, dude, that was all canned stuff. Could have probably bought, you're still cooking, could have probably bought fresh shit for around the same price.
They're by the front.
More ground beef. Dude, this is literally gruel. This is what I was talking about. Like, none of this... I have not seen one thing that looks appetizing outside of takeout.
That gas stove of hers also really concerns me. It seems like she always cranks it up to the highest setting possible.
Oh my god, yeah, fucking high heat, just singeing anything she cooks.
And sometimes there's a lot of food that's fallen down by the burner. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but whenever I watch her cook around that flame, it makes me nervous. Now, I've talked so far about a lot of Donut Mom's bad habits, but one thing I haven't talked much about is her past. And I gotta say, it is nothing short of extremely interesting, and was something that I really didn't expect when researching this video. You may have noticed in the clips that I've shown you so far, Donut Mom has used quite a few different kitchens, and that's because in the last couple of years, Donut Mom has lived in quite a few situations. You wouldn't be able to tell by her TikToks, but things behind the scenes are extremely complicated, and it all stems from her numerous romantic relationships. Alex has 2 kids with Taylor, who is her first baby daddy and someone that we will discuss more later. It seems that a couple years after having their second child, the couple would break things off, and Alex would find herself in a relationship with another man named James, very quickly becoming baby daddy number 2, the father of Alex's youngest child. And this is where things kind of take an unexpected turn. Soon after the birth of their first child together, they would open their relationship, becoming a
oh my god, like a throuple
when a woman named Dana would move in. You can even see Dana in some of her old TikToks, helping her plate food for the kids.
Put that back. Put that back. For Bella's plate.
Please keep your hands out of the...
Apples.
I want a whole one.
You're getting slices.
Let you know I want...
I don't know, man. I just feel like, obviously you want the parent to have some level of like romantic relationship and like fulfillment themselves. But if you're just bouncing around in relationships, like that affects your kids. You know, if you have if you had 2 kids with somebody, you have another kid with somebody else, I'm not judging there, but like if you just keep moving boyfriend to boyfriend to boyfriend to baby dad, like now your kids are just basically like nobles, or not nobles. What is it called when you move around a lot? Nomads. That's what it is.
The pink one.
I know, baby. And we're out of milk. They're having milk. I'll let my girlfriend show you. Here you go, bub.
I want pink.
Here you go, Buck.
Do they all also look unhappy all the time? And I know they might be dealing with their own shit, but I'm like, God damn, dude, this is just like depressing. Like she's never smiling. She's never smiling. This woman's also never smiling. They always just look like they had the worst day ever.
What are you saying? My girlfriend cut my chicken up for me because she loves me.
For a while, this was Alex's life until her and James broke up. Fun fact, James and Dana, the other woman, are still together, and from what I've heard,
I still respect her having custody of these kids and trying to be there as a mom, but like I feel like she's potentially being like too forgiving in the way that she's raising them. Food-wise, I don't know how she raises them as a mom. I'm not saying that she's a bad mom, but I'm saying she's being a little lazy on the food area, you know? And she openly says that, and that I think it's good that she recognizes that, but I'm like, dude, you got to feed your kids well. Like, if they grow up eating like shit, they're always going to eat like shit.
Alex would spend a brief time living with her ex in the home until eventually moving back in with her first baby daddy, Taylor, eventually rekindling their relationship. Now let's talk about Taylor a little more. Personally, I have not been getting very good vibes, even before I heard about some of the grosser stuff that he was getting up to. Taylor has been seen on Alex's lives carrying a firearm around the house for no discernible reason. Alex has
just walking around with a gun.
Also said in the past that the children are afraid of him and that there might be a degree of violence involved. Alex has also accused Taylor of an absolutely disgusting act. When she, James, and Dana were still all together, Taylor would occasionally come over to visit, and during one of these visits, Alex would exit her room to find Taylor standing in front of it completely nude, shaking hands with the milkman. Here is a clip of Alex herself talking about the event.
Okay, so, no, that's not true 100%. Taylor did go in front of our exit door, but there was no way the kids could have seen it because they were all asleep. This was at like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. Was it 1 o'clock in the morning? And so, no, the kids could not have seen it. No, Taylor did not want to join in the relationship. He wasn't interested in Dana. That does sound familiar because they both told me that Taylor was interested in Dana. But Taylor didn't even like Dana and told me not to do the throuple and that I would regret it.
Something to keep in mind here is the timeline.
I just think the idea, I'm never going to judge anybody also that wants to be in a open relationship, but I think the idea of being in a throuple is always a bad idea. Because you're mitigating the potentiality to love one person equally as the other, right? There's always going to be somebody left out in every situation. You can't, all three of you, share 33%, 33%, 33%. Like, there's going to be moments where you pivot more, and then I feel like that causes problems, no? I don't know. I just think even if you that I'm not saying jealousy. It's more so just like how people mend together. Like if you're in a throuple, I feel like most times I've heard about people in throuples, one person gets dropped. The other two usually stay together, or they don't, or they all split. And then you also have kids, and then it's just confusing for them because they don't know, you know, who they listen to authoritatively wise.
Because she willingly took Taylor back after this. Yeah, I gotta say, when I started researching a lady called the Donut Mom, I didn't expect things to get that crazy. To make that particular situation even worse, the kids were inside of the room when Taylor was doing that disgusting shit. It's divine intervention that Alex was the one that found him, and not one of his kids or soon-to-be stepchild. Overall, it's just a terrible environment. Despite rekindling the relationship, Alex seems to truly hate Taylor. When she moved back in with him, there was a notable increase in slop cooking, and I think part of the reason was because she knew Taylor also had to eat it.
Wait, what? So she would purposefully make bad food so he would eat it? What the fuck do you mean? What is that? What is that? Is that like frozen meat? Bro, it's always, dude, it's always ground shit. How often are you eating ground beef? God damn. It's always like minced stuff. Or canned, yeah. I will say oven cooking's the easiest cooking. It's like the laziest shit you could do, usually. Depends what type of thing you're cooking in the oven. But when or air frying, I'm not saying it's bad necessarily, but like, I love sauteed vegetables. I hate sauteing vegetables. It's so much easier. Yeah, microwave, bro, but you're not cooking shit in a microwave. Like, you're heating it up. The easiest shit's just like, lay it out on a fucking sheet, season it, throw it in the oven for 25 minutes, and then and then it's cooked. Takes longer time-wise, actually, but you're doing less work.
Hold on, baby. You're welcome.
Bro, would this not, like, do y'all's sinks look like that? Like, this would stress me out. The sink is full. Like, actually full. If I see a few plates in my sink, I'm like, I need to put these in the dishwasher. I'm either hand washing them, I gotta put them in the dishwasher. This like, bothers me. This is what the sink looks like when you go on an Airbnb trip with, like, that's the only time I ain't give a fuck. And even then, it stresses me out, and I'll clean it. If I'm at, like, an Airbnb with, like, 8 of my friends, it's 8 people in one fucking house, and you're all just fucking throwing your shit wherever. That's when it looks like that. You wash your plates after every meal? No. But I'll rinse them off, and then I put them in the dishwasher. I probably run my dishwasher, like, twice a week. I mean, bro, like, the fact that we're just, like, squeegeeing fucking liquid into a big cup right now.
Yummy. I don't know if I recorded it, but I had it corn.
And then that, too, bro. That's an entire stick of butter.
But sometimes it also seems like she genuinely dislikes her kids. When they talk to her during videos or live streams,
Yeah, every time we've seen this video, she's like, 1 minute. I'm recording 1 minute.
she could not be less interested, usually acting annoyed. Posts like this are proof. There she is, cooking her horrific meal, saying that her kid doesn't deserve it. To be honest, they probably don't.
Dinner for my girls because my son didn't deserve it tonight as a mama of 3.
But not in the way that she means. No person should have to eat food like this. I mean, I'm no nutritionist, but it seems like a lot of food to be giving a kid.
It's not even, dude, it's not even the nutritionist sense of like, this is unhealthy. It's unhealthy and it looks gross. And it's bad food.
They're all varying ages and all seem to get the same amount of grub, which still feels like too much even for the 7-year-old. There have also been rumors floating around of one of Alex's children being taken to the hospital, potentially being diabetic, which it seems like Alex might be. I'm not even joking when I say I've seen her be in the middle of cooking a meal, give herself an injection, then go right back to cooking. I keep saying it, but I believe it. It's a truly awful environment. Not just for Alex's children, but for her pets. Alex also has a bunch of pets. 1 dog.
Oh my God.
And a couple of rabbits.
I never understand that. It's like, dude, it's not even just her. There's so many people that are like, yeah, man, I'm so tired. I'm lazy. I have to take care of this. I'm like, dude, you're sitting there cooking your kid's shit, and then you get you have 5 dogs. You have 5 dogs, multiple cats, birds. What are we doing? Why do we just keep adding on? That has to be genuinely a diagnosable personality-based thing where you just you literally can't fucking take care of the tasks you already have, and you just keep giving yourself more. It's like hoarding. It's like hoarding alive things where you're just it's like laziness. We saw that. You remember that one body cam video we saw? I'm not relating her to that, but that one body cam video we saw where it was that woman that had 25 dogs. I'm like, what are we fucking doing? You can't take care of them after 10. You just can't. Let me get another. That'll help.
She will just let the rabbits free roam and poop everywhere.
Oh my God. The long-awaited house tour. There's just poop on the ground. Dude, you know this house smells like shit. When I adopted, not Daisy, when I adopted the dog I had prior, I remember I was a kid. We got her from the fucking grossest house you've ever seen. It wasn't from an adoption center. It was from some woman that, raises animals and, sells them, and they return the dog that they originally bought because they didn't want it anymore. And we ended up picking it from, some local woman. And we walked inside, and bro, there was just shit on the floor. Not shit meaning stuff, shit like poop. I'm like, this is gross.
Same principles of free roaming.
You're just not cleaning it up.
With her dog. And that has had even worse consequences. One of her more infamous TikToks took place when she was outside with her dog. The dog had no leash on, would run into the road, and be hit by a car. Thankfully
Wait, what?
Thankfully surviving. But Alex has openly stated that she never used a leash before. She didn't see the need. The dog is really small, so it's honestly a miracle that it lived. Her bunnies free roam, her dog free roams, and apparently, sometimes the kids do too.
I literally, like I said, I will only go 5 minutes up the street and leave my 7-year-old for 5 minutes if I'm going just to the gas station for milk or something. But
I mean, why not just take him?
Still bring my 2-year-old and I still bring my 5-year-old because...
at what age can you be home alone for, a few hours? Damn, dude. I can't... I always used to have to go to my grandparents. I remember that. I feel like when you're, 11, if you're, 11 years old, maybe 10, I think you could be, your mom could reasonably be I will be back in an hour. Don't die. That at that time, but before then, a 7-year-old, I don't know. I remember, I feel like there was a time where when I was in 4th grade where I was home alone for an hour or two. How old are you in 4th grade? like 9.
The way that she treats them is very unusual for someone trying to build a brand off of family content. And this is most of what she puts out, cooking videos, along with promoting things from her TikTok shop. Recently, one has caught the eye of many people watching her, an exercise device unlike anything I've ever seen.
I mean, bro, there's no fucking way. She's promoting this, or she's saying she's using this to try and get in shape. What are we fucking doing? It's just like a hula hoop. Bro, what is that glare? Do you see what I mean? She's always like staring off at something. Like, what is she looking at?
Between this and the horrendous...
So do you think she's a stay-at-home mom? Like, I mean, I don't know. But I feel like if she's trying to, like, film all these videos to make money and then also, like, promo TikTok shop products...
meals, it's no wonder that she went viral on TikTok.
Oh, she said she is?
Surprisingly enough, Eastern European viewers especially get this. I don't know exactly what languages these are being spoken in the comments, but I assume that this says nothing.
Wait, the majority of her audience is in English?
Good. And it's not just them, it's most people. Alex does have a very dedicated fan.
And you know all the European people in the comments are like, this is an average American. Like, I am so serious. You know all the people from fucking, like, France and Germany and shit that are seeing this is like, yeah, this is the norm.
To me, it seems like Alex is extremely unhappy. She rarely smiles and cooks with contempt instead of love. This attitude
I mean, she just doused that in oil.
Understand towards her spouse, Taylor, who has done some pretty awful things.
No, you know, I bet she's fucking gone through a lot, and I feel bad for her in that sense. But I don't know, man. I feel like you gotta separate yourself in that situation.
But I don't understand it towards her children. They've done absolutely nothing to deserve this. And from what I've been able to gather, the state has become involved before and found nothing wrong with the home. But that sadly says a lot. That conditions like this are quite common. As depressing as it is, there are thousands of donut moms out there, but what sets Alex apart is that she has decided to...
Bro, I remember I love pocket watching what people buy at the grocery store. It's like a hobby of mine. So when I'm grocery shopping, I'll like look at what other people have. Just out of curiosity, I'm like, what are you buying? Yeah, when I go to the grocery store, I'll look at what people are buying, and there was this one time I went, and this mom had dead ass 25 of the same TV dinners, like, stacked up. They were all these like semi-health food based TV dinners, and she just looked fucking depressed. Like, she was checking out, and it was just like, dude, they literally just like the whole fucking grocery cart was just full of the same meal.
To broadcast it all to the internet. For how much longer, I don't know. Occasionally she will go private, but quickly return. She also claims that this is her only form of income, so...
Oh my god, I forgot about that. You remember this person that said they were like the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler?
She doesn't really have an incentive to stop. For now, she seems content making her cooking.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like she has to be doing... maybe she does act more upset for, like, the money and I guess, like, the grabbing factor. But her saying fresh fruit and then bringing out a fruit cocktail tells me everything I need to know. No, yeah, that literally encompasses the entire video. This screams literal room temperature IQ. I need a shower. Sloth-like being. Oh, my God. These YouTube comments are brutal. Not only movement speed, dexterity, voice, language, all of it. I've never heard somebody say sloth-like being. God damn, dude. The way she lazily flops down everything she handles is absolutely repulsive on a personal level. I don't think I could be around somebody like that. A dog has better manual dexterity. Yeah, bro, she was like fucking spilling everything. Coke with ice cream for a 7 and 5-year-old. They're being on Zoomies. They'll be getting the zoomies sooner and diabetes later on. Imagine thinking plastic cups full of the lowest quality fruit that they're legally allowed to sell you suspended in sugar water is farm fresh. Dude, when she said farm fresh oranges, that was like cringe worthy. Farm fresh oranges. And it was fucking straight